Looks like we made it. Can't hear you, Mel. I don't know if I'm meant to. Maybe that's intentional.
No, you can hear me now.
Can everybody else hear me? It just I can't see them. If that's the case, hi.
You can only see and hear me. This is just a.
And okay, it's the first talk of the day, 10 a.m. So, well, 10 a.m. is a respectable hour, in fact, but still, I guess not everybody might make it in time.
Everybody's going to wake up bright and early to hear you, Peter. Don't you worry.
Were there some celebrations last night? Dare I ask? Painful topic, isn't it? I guess at the moment for all of us.
Yes, indeed, indeed. I think I was not celebrating. I was madly getting my slides ready for my talk today.
Okay. I'm not sure how long I have to look at the program because it's, I've been working since 8 a.m. and it's 8 p.m. now, and I'll stay for of course, at least till 10 p.m., but I have to see what happens after that.
You'll be completely forgiven to go to bed. Do not worry.
I do have an early start tomorrow. We actually have one of the Australian Research Council, the main granting body, their fellowship scheme is due next week, and our internal deadline is 2 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm currently in charge of the grant activities of the Institute, so I have a fair bit of things to do by 2 p.m. tomorrow. So that's my experience.
Well, I hope that this didn't get too much in the way of that. No, fortunately, we've actually managed to get consent from all but one of our speakers. So all of the talks are actually...
I didn't get the consent, but I'm fine with recording it or whatever. I don't know if it's too late for that. But
no, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. No, we will be posting all of the talks on our YouTube channel after the conference, and there's indeed a catch-ups already available now. So do not worry if you don't manage to stay awake. You can catch up on them later.
Okay.
Which is exciting. And I'm going to stop sharing now because I'm recording.
Yeah, so you've been sharing, and once you tell me to start going, that's when I start sharing my screen, I guess.
Exactly. Right? Don't worry. I will lead you through this whole process. This is not my first rodeo. I did another one of these. So this is the second in the series. We'll be doing another one in the beginning of 21 on losing the self. So I'll probably have to be presenting some more of our data together then.
Is this something that your university is supporting, or it's something that you've had to...
This is Merle's craziness in action.
Okay. Hopefully it counts for some sort of workload.
It counts for nothing, Peter. It counts for nothing. It's just me saying I want people to still feel connected somehow. So
no, you're going for a sainthood. I know it's a sainthood is coming.
No, I've just heard all these people saying how their conferences were being cancelled, and I just feel like we have this incredible opportunity. And I also realized that in July it was the 130th anniversary of the first American Psychological Conference, American Psychological Society Conference, and so almost to the day we decided to have one of these because I really did feel this works as a really nice start for the day, which I think is important. I think that even after travel restrictions go away, whether it's because we want to fight climate change or whether we just want to make things more equitable, it's wonderful that people don't have to pay the price of an incredibly expensive ticket to get across to Europe for 2 days. So I don't know, I really believe in this as a medium. Obviously, I don't think it should replace in-person interaction.
No, I mean, the time zone is an issue for some of us, of course.
Killer, right?
Yeah, that it's still a very valuable experience, but having the option to mix and match maybe would be...
No, exactly, and I think that's sort of what we're seeing, right? So most of the conferences that have been rescheduled are now offering both options in case people are still, for whatever reason, unable or unwilling to fly. So I think we're seeing a transition But I do, just from my experience for the July conference that we held, we had people from across the world who otherwise were telling me there would be no other way that they could possibly consider coming to a conference. Just was prohibitively expensive. And so, yeah, one of my bugbears is equality. People need to have the access to talking to people from a diverse range of disciplines or their own, and not be not have those other geographical or disciplinary boundaries get in their way. So without further ado, I will welcome everybody who has joined us on the YouTube live stream for this, our second day of Social Bridges alignment in groups, teams, and networks. And our first speaker today is my very good friend and my very first postdoc supervisor, Peter Keller, who has very kindly joined us from Sydney, another time zone, another day, and he is currently at the Marx Institute for Brain Behavior and Development. He is going to talk to us today about the sources of individual differences in rhythmic interpersonal coordination, which I think is a wonderful compliment to some of the things we heard yesterday, where already we started to say that there is something in those differences between individuals that we're testing, but an average is not necessarily good enough. And we saw that in Wayne Gray's talk yesterday. So Peter, without further ado, I'll turn over to you. If you can share your screen, please. That's perfect. I can see, and I'm going to mute myself, and I'll give you a little sign when you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much, Merle. Greetings, everyone. Thanks to Merle and her team for organizing this event. I really enjoyed the session yesterday, and I'm looking forward to hearing the talks that follow mine. As Merle mentioned, I'll be presenting some work on underlying causes of individual differences in rhythmic interpersonal coordination. Of course, those of you who were here yesterday are intimately aware of what is entailed in rhythmic interpersonal coordination, what is special about it in humans in terms of its precision and yet the flexibility with which it can be carried out, and the broad range of contexts in which it occurs. And for me, one of the areas of interest is in the musical domain. Ensemble performers coordinating with one another, and why we do it, and even more specifically, how we do it. And one guiding principle, and one of the reasons why I think it's a remarkable topic and one worthy of a lot of attention, is that music can be viewed as a microcosm of social interaction. And what we mean by this is that participating in collective musical activities draws on a range of processes going from basic sensory through perceptual, cognitive, motor, and emotional, that support other forms of social behavior in our everyday lives. And in fact, one of our presenters yesterday, Alessandro, and some colleagues, we penned a paper arguing for some of the benefits of using music as a platform for studying human social interaction, because of the fact that due to its cultural conventions and systematicity, it can be used to parametrically model the complexity of a broad spectrum of behaviors, going from an individual interacting with a recording right through to live performers interacting with one another and an audience. What I think is another noteworthy thing about rhythmic interpersonal coordination is, despite its fundamental application in different fields of endeavor, different activities, we find that it's characterized, like any human capacity, with variations. These occur between individuals. So if one does a basic sensory motor synchronization task, such as finger tapping with an auditory pacing sequence, one finds that individuals within the population vary in their ability to tap in synchrony with the sounds. And furthermore, a different type of variation, when you look at real ensemble coordination going on in different musical styles and across different cultures, you find different preferences, one would say, if we're talking about experts who are intentionally modulating their behavior to create different degrees of asynchrony that might fluctuate over time. You can find signatures of this that distinguish different styles of music. So that's another form of variation. And the question is, what are the underlying causes of these variations? What are the factors that contribute to them? My own interest has been pursued using a theoretical framework that tries to get at the psychology of musical ensemble performance. And it's got multiple levels. One level reside what I refer to as ensemble skills. These are real-time, online, sensory, motor, and cognitive processes that determine the quality of coordination, processes that allow one performer to anticipate another performer's timing, to adapt to fluctuations in their timing, and to attend to co-performers. And at another level, knowledge can affect the operation of these ensemble skills. How well you know the performer's playing style, how well you know the content of the part that they're playing. Goals and strategies are relevant to the extent, for example, that leader-follower roles are adopted and agreed upon. And finally, all of this is embedded in a social context, so factors such as personality might play a role. What I'm going to do today is present some research looking most specifically at the relationship between the two ensemble skills of adaptation and anticipation. And by adaptation, what we are referring to is simply the process of reacting to interpersonal errors via correction mechanisms. And Alan Wing mentioned some of this yesterday in his opening presentation, and Mark Elliott as well. So with colleague Bruno Repp, may be familiar to some of you, I was privileged to do some work on temporal adaptation, and two processes in particular, phase correction and period correction. So the assumption is there's an internal timekeeping type mechanism instantiated in the central nervous system, and this facilitates entrainment with an external sequence, such as a tone sequence, via these mechanisms. Phase correction is assumed, and there's some evidence from experiments, to be an automatic process. It's the same sort of process, one could argue, that mediates interaction between other critters like fireflies and so on. Whereas period correction is an effortful process, and it's implemented in the context of sensory motor synchronization when there's a noticeable change in tempo. Okay, so these are two different processes, one perhaps higher level than the other. Anticipation, on the other hand, simply refers to predicting what, when, and how for others' actions. And for the framework I'm discussing today, we're mainly interested in temporal predictions, predictions of timing. And we study this again using sensory motor synchronization tasks where a computer-controlled sequence, like a metronome that varies in tempo, like expressively performed music varies in its tempo, getting faster and slower across a trial. And the task for the participant is to tap along with this. And we can estimate the degree to which people are anticipating versus tracking or following by doing cross-correlation analyses, and I'll come to that sort of approach a bit later. And we're interested in how that ability to anticipate is related to what's going on when two people are really interacting with one another. And former PhD student Nadim Pachenka studied this with dyadic tapping tasks, finding that if we estimate how much individuals are predicting or tracking tempo changes in a simple task with a computer, we can use this information to make predictions about how well they interact with another human based on whether they are both high in terms of predicting, whether they're both more inclined to track tempo changes, or mixed pairs. And we find that the predictors have lower dyadic asynchrony. They're better at synchronizing with one another than the trackers, and mixed in between. So there's some evidence for individual variations based on anticipation. To understand how ensemble skills of adaptation and anticipation work together, we've developed a computational model with initially PhD student Marika van der Steen and a whole host of colleagues, and you can note our fearless chair amongst them, so the model is referred to as ADAM, standing for Adaptation and Anticipation Model, and it has several modules, and hopefully you can see my mouse. In red, we have an adaptation module, so that's instantiating the processes I just discussed before of phase and period correction, designated with an alpha and beta. And then an anticipation module that has a extrapolation process. It extrapolates into onset intervals to predict what the next one will be, okay, anticipating a tempo change, and perseveration, just copying the previous interval. And this can be used to modulate the degree to which, or to estimate the degree to which somebody is predicting and tracking. And the assumption is that these work together. The adaptation module takes asynchronies between own sounds and other sounds and implements phase and period correction on the basis of that to inform an internal model of the self that determines the timing of one's next action in a sensory motor synchronization task. The anticipation module, on the other hand, follows, takes information from the other sounds, and based on this, generates a prediction about when the next sound will occur. It gives this the other internal model. And then these can be compared, and this is where anticipation and adaptation are linked. And this is before the next action is carried out. A comparison takes place between when the self is planning his or her next action and when that individual anticipates the other individual will perform an action. And if there is a discrepancy above a threshold, a joint internal model can implement anticipatory correction and update one's own action plan before a motor command is issued. Okay, and this is a linear autoregressive type framework, and there are the equations and showing each of the different parameters that reside in each module. So we've used this in several ways, and one important thing to establish is that whether this sort of model provides a good account of human behavior, and we've done that. That's the 2015 paper there. And then we've also, really with Nori Jacobi here, developed methods for estimating model parameters analytically, okay, which is useful because it can be done in real time as well, although that's not what I'll be talking about today. Okay, so when one uses this model, you can find, okay, again, we can break down the variation in individual synchronization skill and see how different processes are contributing to that. And we find that it's actually very systematic, and these three processes of adaptation with the two inherent processes of phase correction and period correction pooled here, anticipation and joint performance, predict asynchrony. Okay, quite nicely. So individual differences in ensemble skills, as reflected in atom parameters, predict coordination success. What I want to talk about today, as I mentioned, it's the title of the talk, the sources of such variation in anticipation and adaptation and how those affect behavioral synchronization skills. And one can look at this question of sources at different levels. One can look at brain structure and brain functional processes. This is one area that we're working on. And another area, however, gets at the social core of the issue and looks at links between the processes of anticipation and adaptation and personality factors. So, and the chief ones that we've been looking at, and which I'll present some new data on today, are empathy and locus of control. Okay, so again, I guess Merle makes many appearances throughout this conference, and here is another one because it was in fact Merle who initiated this line on the relationship between locus of control and adaptation. This was in fact an fMRI study done, but I'm just going to present behavioral results now. This work was done using a nifty trick. It's a method originally developed by Dirk Forberg, and it involves synchronizing, the task involves synchronizing with a computer-controlled virtual partner. Why it's nifty is because the virtual partner is programmed to instantiate, in this case, period correction, so one of the adaptive timing processes. It operates like another human would if that human were being adaptable, and if they're doing it with moderation, cooperative. And however, of course, there's a trick. We know, and I was discussing this with Merle before, she used to do pain research. So of course, the experiments can be a bit trying for participants. And in this case, that was the case because the virtual partner in some conditions was programmed to employ a high degree of period correction, which actually meant that they were unstable, the virtual partner. It was prone to drift. It could get faster and faster and faster, or slower and slower. And the whole thing could fall apart in terms of coordination. So participants were instructed with a twofold instruction to synchronize with the virtual partner, but also to maintain a steady tempo, okay? Because the virtual partner in some conditions would lead the individual astray. And what was of interest was how those instructions were prioritized based on locus of control. So it's an aspect of personality that is related to whether one attributes life events to external or internal causes. So if I fail an exam, If I'm external, I could say it's because the professor was a poor teacher, but if I'm internal, I say that I failed because I am stupid or lazy or whatever. Anyway, so you think, okay, what's this got to do with synchronization? Well, in fact, it does relate to the way the human participants react to the unstable virtual partners. So individuals who are internal locus of control tend to focus when the partner isn't reliable on their own actions, okay, stabilizing their own performance, and not so much on synchronizing. So they're maintaining tempo rather than synchronizing, whereas external do the opposite. And when one estimates phase correction, one finds, or human adaptation, that the internal locus of control people are acting like leaders in the sense that they're not adapting much to the virtual partner. Okay, let's switch to anticipation now. And in this case, we, with former PhD student, postdoc, and honors student, and now Giacomo is his own man, so to speak, working in Rome. And we were interested in another aspect of personality, empathy, and even more specifically, perspective taking, the ability or the tendency to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. So it's kind of a cognitive aspect of empathy. And what we had people do was play a tune together. And actually in this study, they were non-musicians. So they weren't playing musical instruments. They were playing e-music boxes, Giacomo calls them. They're like the little music boxes where you turn a lever and play a tune. You just have to regulate the tempo. The notes come out in a fixed order. So anybody can do it and play a tune. Prior to doing this and prior to bringing them to the lab, we assessed empathy, specifically perspective taking, we were interested in, and paired people up into high and low empathy pairs and found that the high empathy pairs had lower asynchronies in their performance. What was even more interesting, however, in this particular study, we had a condition where we designated one person as a leader and the other as a follower. And there we found that the designated leader, it didn't make a difference whether they were high or low empathy. They could do the job well and they tended to produce a more steady tempo. However, the follower did their job well depending on whether they were high or low, and the high empathy or high perspective taking followers were better at predicting the leader's timing. Okay, and we know leader-follower relationships are important in different contexts. In this case, it's a matter of mutual influence, who adapts to whom and by how much. And we saw some nice data from Alan Wing yesterday with a couple of string quartets. I think one was the German one, the more autocratic situation where the first violin wasn't adapting much to co-performers and the others were, and the other where it was more egalitarian or democratic. So that's an example of different types of leader-follower relationships. And we know that there's some quite elegant and simple ways of estimating what's going on in terms of mutual influence that can be applied simply in the finger tapping or drumming task. So Ivana Konvalinka has a study a while ago on this using cross-correlation analyses, finding that, for example, if you have paired individuals, but they can only hear themselves, like each individual only hears their own actions there, when you look at lagged cross-correlations, so lag 0 and lag +1 and -1, the cross correlations are near 0 all the time. They make sense, they're not interacting. However, when they can hear the other person, then you see this particular distinctive pattern where lag 0 cross correlations are negative and lag + and -1 are positive. So in other words, it indicates one participant's intertap interval is similar to the partner's previous intertap interval. So it's a measure of mutual influence if it goes both ways. Another point I wanted to make about leadership is that it has costs. So in these sorts of tasks, leader assignment can actually increase asynchrony. And this happens if you have a free improvised task. Leon Noy showed this, and we've shown it in the music box task as well, which is a highly constrained task. And this raises some questions, which we'll see in new data. Okay, so what I want to present today is a new study, it's not yet published actually, linking performance, model parameters, and personality. So we're interested in adaptation, anticipation, dyadic tapping with prescribed tempo changes. What we want to do is explain variations in interpersonal synchrony and mutual influence by estimating atom parameters, and look at the effects of leadership assignment on these processes. And of course, the underlying question is how personality modulates the ADAM parameters to affect behavior under different leadership conditions. So the basic task is one where we have dyadic synchronization, and it's a drumming task. People prefer this to finger tapping. Trial starts with a metronome that gives the tempo. The participants tap along, then the metronome stops and they continue for 50 taps, and they're each producing distinctive conga sounds by their drumming taps, as I'm calling them for convenience. What we are varying, two things: the tempo profile, so whether it's regular or variable, whether it's slow or fast, I'll collapse across that for now, and whether there's a leader assignment. And we're going to be mainly interested in the variable tempo case, because that's where leadership can be expected to play a role. We assess empathy using the interpersonal reactivity index, and locus of control, as before, using the internality, powerful others, and chance scales. And we're interested in the internality subscale, which we used with Merle previously. Okay, so here are some results. We have 80 participants forming 40 pairs. As in the previous studies, we find that, well, firstly, that tapping with a variable tempo together is more difficult and results in larger mean asynchronies. But more interestingly, when there is a leadership assignment, the asynchrony is larger as well, so that's consistent with previous work. And when we look at the measures of mutual influence, the cross-correlation measures, we see that this effect seems to be due indeed to asymmetries, where participant 1 is influencing participant 2 more when they're a leader, and the reverse when participant 2 is the leader. Okay, but we're more interested now in what's going on underneath it with the ADAM parameters. So here we have 3 plots showing period correction estimates, no phase correction here, just period correction. The prediction tracking coefficient, values above 0.5 indicate more prediction, and below 0.5 more tracking, and anticipatory error correction. You can think of this as paying attention to self and other and integrating them, and high values closer to 1 mean more integration of self and other. Okay, so what we can see here, I have notes on that in the next slide, is that if we look at period correction, this is just for the tempo changing trials. When there's no leader, there's a small amount of period correction going on as tempo is changing. But then when you divide people up by the leader and the follower, the leader is not employing any numerical period correction, whereas the follower is adapting. So reactive period correction is suppressed in leaders and boosted in followers. Nothing going on with prediction and tracking coefficient. It seems to be more of a tracking task. It is a challenging task. And there seems to be almost a ceiling effect with integrating self and other, which is actually a positive thing. However, when you dig down and look at individual differences, so relationships between parameters and performance, we do a hierarchical regression. So we enter average scores for the pair for each parameter, and also differences between pair members into regression models in stepwise order. So first just period correction, the most basic adaptation, then anticipation, and finally anticipatory error correction. And what we find is that there's a negative relationship, so higher period correction means lower asynchrony, which is good. And then you find that a difference between prediction and tracking also makes a difference. And here, the bigger the difference, the bigger the asynchrony. So it seems that people are entering into a leader-follower relationship, not one that's instructed, in fact, but they're doing this, and it's detrimental, as we know from previous work. Okay, how is this correlated with personality? This is the main result. So if you look at internal locus of control, we see that it is positively correlated with period correction. So we know from the study I mentioned with Merle earlier that internal locus of control focus on stabilizing their own performance and reducing phase correction. They're actually increasing period correction. So internal locus of control seems to be associated with the ability to control one's internal timekeeper. And when it's beneficial to be stable, the control allows period to be constant. But when it's beneficial to change tempo, as in this task, this control allows period correction to be adjusted flexibly. And when we look at anticipation, we generally find that, as expected, perspective taking is positively correlated with the prediction measure. Okay, so we have kind of a dissociation between the parameters and personality correlates. Okay, just the last slide. We found that personality correlates with anticipation and adaptation, but what about the joint module? And in related work, we've looked at even a higher level aspect than personality, social beliefs. So social biases about how cooperative a partner is can influence the weighting of information of self and other. So Peter Mills carried out this study where participants were brought together into the lab in separate booths, and they were told that they were synchronizing with the other individual or a computer, but in reality, it was always the virtual partner so that we can control things. And what we found was that people actually had preferences. Some people said that they preferred and thought they did better when they were interacting with a human, and others thought they did better with a computer. And when we look at the parameter estimates from Adam, that pattern is reflected in the joint module, okay? So that seems to be where your social biases for expecting the partner to be more or less cooperative plays a role. So it's a high level expectation, social expectation. So to conclude, adaptation, anticipation, ensemble skills work together, facilitating rhythmic interpersonal coordination. Leadership assignment affects coordination by creating asymmetries in adaptation mainly. Individual differences due to dissociable links between ensemble skills and personality were found, and links between basic sensory motor mechanisms and social cognitive processes are probably regulating the balance between the integration and segregation of psychological representations of self and other. That's the end.
That was very anticlimactic, Peter. You need to have a big finish. You know this.
I was going to say the same thing because you know, normally there would be thunderous applause. I'm accustomed to standing ovations.
Well,
I'm assuming that's what's going on.
I'll sing for you. I'll sing for you.
No, okay.
Wonderful. Thank you
if
so
anything
much.
wasn't clear, so any questions of clarification or more tricky ones?
As ever, you were exceptionally clear, and I hope you don't mind. I've taken about 1 million screenshots because there was so much in there that I want to think about. Obviously, some of the stuff I knew. What I didn't know about was obviously Giacomo's paper on, so the November 2019 paper on empathy, which ties in nicely with some of the data we got working with autistics with Svenja Kuhner and Isabel Jobbik in Berlin, obviously, where we showed, so they actually used the finger tapping task as a proxy for the benefit of their intervention to make people try and perspective take more, to try and learn to adapt, as it were, because they too show this preferential bias for less adaptive partners to begin with. So I thought that empathy work is beautiful because it replicates that then in neurotypicals with a very large N. So that is wonderful. But I sort of want to just see, first of all, if there are questions coming up, because I know there are a couple of people watching who I know specifically know your work and might have some clarification. But for the moment, because of the lag, they're still probably typing. So I'm allowed to jump in. And I was taken by the slide that you went through quite quickly, in fact, on the so-called costs of leadership, which I think is a really interesting idea, because it might indeed be that the cost of that leadership that maybe puts you into either the category that empathizes or not. It's just too costly, or just it doesn't work for you. So I thought if you could maybe pick up on that slide, which, as I said, sadly you had to jump through. Yeah. So what do you think about this idea of a cost of leadership? Because it is.
I think it depends on the task and the number of interactions, the number of people. I think if there, of course, are some situations. I mean, I'm sure need no convincing. And from the discussion yesterday, after Alan's talk, and from the data we saw in Alessandro's talk as well, we know that in some ensemble situations with large groups and different sections within them, where the intrapersonal and intergroup, well, there's intrapersonal as well, and then within a section and between sections, the coordination challenges get to the point where a leader becomes useful. And in fact, the work referenced by Alan briefly in his talk, he talked about the trio analysis by Rudolf Rasch. And in a chapter by Rasch, he actually does a modeling exercise asking the question, how many people do you have to have in a musical ensemble before a conductor becomes beneficial? And what the analysis shows is that he finds a critical number is around 9. And actually, if you have a conductor below so 9, the prediction from the model is that it'll actually be detrimental. There's a certain point where it actually makes sense to listen to one another, and it might relate to how the adaptive mechanisms like phase correction work, how they can be distributed. But it gets to a certain point where you have a large number of people, and maybe if you're just attending to close neighbors, things will kind of fall apart in some way, and then having a single referent for the group becomes beneficial. And of course, in larger groups, you have in orchestras, for example, section leaders, and the section leaders are listening to other section leaders, and of course, everyone should be following the conductor. So in large groups, I think leadership is operating differently than in a dyadic situation is one factor. The other factor is that one can define leaderships in different ways. We know from the study where we were, Mel, that we did, where we were talking about leadership as kind of a default thing where you're the leader if you're actually just not adapting to anyone. But that's not necessarily a good leader quality in a broader sense. There are different types of leadership. The leader can be defined as in terms of, work with coordination smoothers. So the people who are producing gestures that are supposed to help others to coordinate, the person who makes their timing more regular for the benefit of others. In some situations, leadership then becomes even more organizational, if you like, deciding which pieces to play, how to rehearse them, what tempo to take the work at, whether to slow down or get faster at a certain point. So there are different ways to define leadership. So with this work that we see on the slide, with noise mirror game, the idea was that it's beneficial for this improvised task, which comes from theatre sports, I think, but it's constrained here. If you have one person leading, the person following is jittering around them, and that creates variation, whereas somehow what he calls co-confident motion occurs if you don't designate a leader. And in the e-music box task, I know, having been involved in that study, when you have people turning this thing to play Somewhere Over the Rainbow, as the case was these were mainly with non-musicians, and you really do have a situation where one person is almost sitting around waiting for the sound of the other person and then catching up. They're playing catch up rather than trying to anticipate or even guess when the other person will produce a sound. So that's the problem. It's skewing things totally to a reactive strategy, which is the problem when you have a leader-follower relationship. But that might change if you have a larger group where there are other problems that occur.
No, I think that was exactly what I was looking for. And it really sort of situates a lot of the things you were saying as we enter this question of what happens when you scale up in terms of group size. So on that note, I'm going to thank you for your time and for your presentation, Peter. There may be more questions that pop up in the YouTube chat. So perhaps if you have a few more minutes and can stay with us, you can maybe hop on into the YouTube stream. I have Domna Anaku, our next speaker, waiting in the wings. So thank you once again, Peter. Have a wonderful evening. And thank you for joining us from Sydney.
I'll hang around.
Okay. Domna, you are live. You can switch on your camera and switch on your sound. Your smile is always.
Hi. How could I not? Thank you so much for organizing this for a second time and for the invitation.
I'm so glad you can actually be a presenter this time. So I hand over to Domna, a longtime collaborator of mine and an incredibly wonderful human being as well to boot. I will hand over to you, Domna, without any further ado. I'm sure you will introduce yourself and your topic, and you will have 20 minutes before I give you a 5-minute signal, and you are running out of time. I hope you have an enjoyable time. We'll talk to you.
Let's share my screen first and let me know if you can see it all okay. I'm going full mode. It's taking a while. Yeah, I think you should be able to see that now, correct? All right, very well. Thank you again, and you and your team for organizing this. My name is Domna Banaco. I'm a postdoc at the Events Lab at the University of Barcelona. The Events Lab is led by Professor Mel Slater, and we're doing work in virtual reality for quite some time now. So today I am going to talk to you about working in groups with the help of immersive virtual reality, and specifically temporal coupling during in-group and out-group interactions. But before I get into the specifics of the study I want to talk to you about, I'm going to present you briefly the project that this study falls under, although it is a collaborative study, as I will explain later. But let me tell you a few minutes about the project first. The project is called MOTIVE. It's an ERC project led by Professor Slater, and it stands for Moments in Time in Immersive Virtual Reality. Before I say anything else, just consider the next video. A little bit of music to start the day. All right, so I'm pretty sure that most of you, if not all of you, know that this is a Dire Straits concert. It was recorded back in 1983 at the Hammersmith Odeon in London. And this is what the MOTIVE project is about, really, is to see how we can use virtual reality to give people the experience of living through such a historical event, and participants really give the participants the feeling that they find themselves in this concert, something that in virtual reality we refer to as place illusion, and that the events that are happening around them are actually real, known as plausibility. So in order to give a framework to conduct our research, the application is going to be constructed around this famous event from that era. But the long-term goal of the project is to really use the methodology, at least from a technical point of view, to really reconstruct any such historical experiences and really make you, maybe some of you attended this concert, maybe others could attend this concert but not have the experience, or there might be those amongst you who were not even born back then, but they are fans of Dire Straits and they would like to live this experience for the first time or relive it. So this project has different components, and one of these is really what is called an agent-based model. And the idea is to populate the constant scenario with thousands, in reality, of agents or virtual agents. And these agents can have their own behavior, and this behavior can be driven by music. And of course, the participant, the user, will be embedded in this scenario as an agent. And all of the agents, participants and the virtual ones, can also have their own personality, they have their own emotional state, and they can take actions during the experience. And these actions can really affect those around them, and they can also affect how the whole scenario, the whole experience unfolds. So one of the ideas is to exploit the notion of body ownership, ourselves being in a different body or in our own body during the virtual experience, and see how this affects our behavior. So imagine that you can not only attend the concert as yourself, but you can attend the concert as somebody else, either as somebody else in the audience, or even more interestingly, what if you could attend the concert by being in the actual band? What if you were the lead guitarist, for example? How would that affect your behavior? How would that affect your attitude? And how would your actions affect, in turn, the behavior of the virtual crowd that is participating? So that's the notion of body ownership. And of course, as this is a concert, as a participant, you need to get to the concert venue, and you need to find your way around, etc. So we are going to exploit multisensory principles that are involved in body ownership illusions and such, in order to study interactions with the virtual crowd, in order to study navigation, at least from a technical point of view, but also what is usually encountered in virtual reality environments, that of simulator sickness, and how we can overcome this. So these are all the different components that we're going to study. And of course, it's the technical part, like I mentioned before, and then there is the research part. So regarding the technical part, that is really, it's not the end goal, but really the means to a goal. A main component is modeling our environment, right? In this case, it is modeling the hemisphere polar ocean and the environment, the immediate environment around it, as well as the interior of it. And this is an example, for instance, that my colleagues are working on at the event lab. You see a photo of the ocean at the bottom screen, and at the top you see what the modeling looks like so far from the outside. So that's one part, and it's based on material that already exists in reality. This can be photos or plans of the venue, and so on. Now, the second part of the modeling is modeling the crowd, which is really a big part, as mentioned before, of the whole project. And then the crowd can be the audience, and it's also the band that are performing on stage. And in order to reconstruct this, we are based on computer vision techniques my colleagues are working on, and any material really that we can find, such as DVDs or other videos that are posted online, in order to extract this information. But of course, since you as an audience member can have this experience, we can also reconstruct your own body and really place you inside the environment. This is a short example of a reconstruction of the band based on DVD footage. This is the original DVD, and this is very briefly what my colleagues are working on. So you can extract the skeletal pose of the musicians, even from a 2D content, and then translate into 3D content. Of course, you can see this is at a very early stage. There is a lot of jittering, but the end goal is to be able to do this automatically, and not only for this specific occasion, but to expand it to a larger set of examples. All right, so the question is now, why these working groups in virtual reality? So I mentioned before that the part of the project concerns the crowd, the virtual crowd, the audience of the experience having their own behavior, and this behavior affecting yours or the other way around. And there is a lot of literature. We've already heard a lot of interesting talks about the psychological mechanisms that affect our social cognition, and how if we coordinate our actions in time and space with the others, this gives us this feeling of being together in group. And very often we perceive and we integrate the sounds and the perceptive information of our footsteps with the sounds of others. All right, so this gives us this sense of being part of a group. So this is an easy way of addressing what we would like to do, with the end goal of expanding this group walking to other more complicated actions as part of the virtual scenario, which relates to music. I'm going to talk about it in a little while. So the question then here is, how does our temporal coupling with the sounds of others during in-group and out-group interactions affect our mental body representation, our perception of interpersonal distance and peripersonal space, and synchronization in joint action? And like I mentioned before, this is a collaborative project with our dear Merle from here, yes, and of course Professor Ana Tajadora Jimenez from University of Carlos III in Madrid, who is an expert in auditory integration. Now let me give you a couple of details about this specific project. Like I said, it is implemented in virtual reality. And we're talking about in-group and out-group interactions. So this is within our group's design where we manipulate two factors. The first factor that we refer to as group size concerns the number of virtual agents that we have present at the scene. So we have, as you see here at the top of the screen, either a small group. Now the participant is placed here in the middle. He or she is not rendered at this image, but the idea is to be placed here in the middle. And then he or she is surrounded by six virtual agents. Or the participant is part of a large group with 50 or more participants in the scene, which would actually be the case during a live concert scenario. Now, the second factor is group similarity, and this is where we see the in-group and out-group sample. So we have the participants are Caucasian. They're always going to be Caucasian, and we will manipulate the body of the crowd that surrounds them. So the crowd can either be part of the in-group, so they can have the same racial characteristics as the participant, or they can be of a different race. So in this case, we have white versus black. And I'm going to tell you a little bit why we chose to go with this setting. I'm just going to show you a video first of the experience and what the participants actually have to do. So like I said before, participants are going to be embedded in the scenario. They will have a virtual body and they will have full synchrony of the virtual body. So the virtual body will move follow their own movements. They can see it from a first-person perspective, as seen here. They look down, they can see the rest of the body. We have full body tracking. Now, unfortunately, I did not have the trackers to record the movement of the lower body here, but they can actually see, they can walk around and they can see their body moving. And we have a first phase where they get acquainted with the environment and with the task. Now, the task is for them to start walking in place, following the rhythm of a metronome that sounds in this vein, in this concert hall. And while the crowd around them are also going to follow the same rhythm. So this is an example of what it looks like with a small white crowd. So we have a total of 10 trials for each block, and each trial lasts about 12 seconds. That is the sound of the metronome. And this is an example of the big crowd, again in the in-group condition. Same task. This is what it really sounds like. I need to tell you here that the sounds are based on some real sounds that we took from a previous experiment. So we extracted those and we applied on the virtual characters so that they seem as if they're walking in place based on this input. Okay, and this is the big crowd, and that's an example of a participant performing the task and what they see. All right. Oh, for some reason it goes backward. I'm sorry about that. All right. So what we're looking at is gate synchronization performance, and we specifically want to look at synchronization with the beat. with each individual at least surrounding the participant immediately, and we can also extract data based on the head-mounted display, so we can know at each time where the participant is looking. And we're also looking at synchronization with the group in average. We're also analyzing temporal coordination, including asynchrony, and we have some more subjective data such as representation of body and space, emotional state, self-other affiliation, and so on. So our hypothesis is that participants will synchronize faster and more accurately when surrounded by members of the in-group, and the group size will also modulate this effect. Now, why this in-group and out-group, like I mentioned before? So in some previous studies in immersive virtual reality, we found that when we put participants in a different race virtual body, then this affects their implicit attitudes towards racial bias. And we have found a decrease in implicit racial bias that has been shown to be sustained at least a week after participants have this virtual experience. In a more recent study, we saw that the type of the experience, whether positive or negative, can also affect these results, with negative experiences actually resulting in an increase of racial bias. In this direction, in mimicry, for example, Hassler and colleagues showed that when participants are embodied in a virtual body of the same skin color as theirs, then they tend to mimic the virtual character more than the opposite body, at least with respect to body movements. For instance, and that is irrespective of the type of the body that you see yourself in virtual reality. So if you see yourself in a white virtual body, then you will tend to mimic more the other white virtual character. Whether if you are embodied in a black virtual body, you will tend to mimic more the black virtual character. So we're interested to see how this experience of being in a concert and how you, the others affect your own behavior, how you can affect others' behavior, and so on. We started, like I said before, with this task of walking in place, because it is a simple task and we can extract information much easier than more complicated movement, and it's also based in on previous studies, so we can compare this effect. But the idea is really to apply it to more complicated movements. In a virtual scenario like this, you will start dancing. So we want to see if those around you start dancing, as in a real concert, if they start singing along with the singer, how this is going to affect you. Is being part of an in-group or out-group going to play a role in this? Or what if, like I said before, you are actually a member of the band and you have the power to influence how the crowd reacts below? So there are a lot of different ideas that we're interested in implementing, but this is a base to start from. And unfortunately, I know that you're looking forward to seeing some results, but due to the circumstances, we were not able to run the study that we were planning to do last March. But now, thankfully, and thanks to Meryl and her amazing team, the study is running at this moment in Munich. So we hope that we do have some results soon to show you maybe some other time in another conference, in a workshop. I'm really sorry that I cannot show you anything. I'm just going to leave you on a happy music note and with a lot of curiosity. I just like to thank my colleagues at the Event Lab, especially those who are working on the technical part and they're making the whole concept of multiverse reality. There's a lot of work going on in the background in order to conduct our research. And thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Domna. And thank you for that musical interlude. You see, I don't need to sing after all. I obviously was very happy to see our work out there being highlighted. And yes, it will be wonderful when we finally can look into the data on this exciting project. I will be talking a little bit more about group walking as a model of group coordination. And obviously, we're very excited to look to the next step, if you'll excuse the pun, to more complex movements like dance. And we spoke to Stephen Brown yesterday about why dance is such a great model of group coordination, because as he said, you get music for free, as it were. So we have lots of threads being pulled together with your talk. So thank you very much for that. I have one question, which I obviously, for some reason, wasn't aware of. So it was great to hear you put it into the context of the Motive project. And that was, you showed the Odeon, first of all. And I think that was great because it reminds us about these other factors that will go into determining whether and how well we coordinate with others. In this case, the context of that stadium and the excitement of waiting to go inside or once you are inside. So I thought that was really great. And maybe if you have something to say about that. But then the other thing that also struck me is that within that context, because you've made it more ecological and you've placed it inside this very atmospheric context of going to a concert, it occurred to me you also have the ability to compare two kinds of group coordination. Maybe this is obviously in mind, but I was thinking if you're outside the stadium, you're in this hustle bustle, large crowd, but it's without really wanting to coordinate with them per se. You're just walking through the line to get to the entrance. Whereas once you're inside that building, once you've crossed that threshold, you now go more into, so you leave the field of social physics and organization of crowds into what we've been talking about up until now in this conference, which is usually quite active group coordination. You've talked about some spontaneous effects as well. Obviously, if you feel the music, you might start swaying. But really, your context of the concert captures all those three different kinds of coordination. So I thought that was great. So if you have anything to say on either of those two things, that would be wonderful.
So yes, no, it's exactly like you mentioned. We have the chance to just look at coordination at all these different stages, because and at each different stage you do have. I said before, I talked about the emotional state, and it's going to be different across all these stages. You walk into the concert at the start of the concert, by the end of the concert, and well, another factor, like we said before, so what if you are part of the band? In the previous talk, you discussed leadership, so that's another avenue. What happens when you start influencing the crowd instead of you being part of crowd, and the other way around? So there is a lot of possibilities to do there, and it's true that we do not only concentrate on you having the experience inside the concert, which one could argue there are already a few experiences of such setups in virtual reality, but it's the whole process of you attending a concert from start to end. Even that involves, you leaving from home and all the excitement of getting there and be ready to be part of the concert. So we're definitely open to ideas and suggestions, and why not collaborations? There's a lot to investigate, and collaboration in this environment can just take so many different avenues that we're ready to explore.
Well, I was exactly going to say that probably it would be worthwhile getting in touch with people who are more interested in the social physics of crowd movement, for example, and then to use similar approaches maybe across the different kinds of coordination. You do have some questions coming in from Liam Cross, who is going to be giving a talk later today. He says, thank you for the really great talk. There's some work by Lyndon Miles showing that the in-out group coordination relationship may go the other way. In other words, in non-competitive and dyadic situations, people coordinate more tightly without than in in-group members. I wondered if you thought the same could happen in larger virtual groups like you have.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. Actually, it's part of what we would like to address, Merlin. Feel free to also answer part of it if you want. So the idea for now is that, and what we've seen actually from some pilot studies, people do have different experiences, whether it's in group and out group, and whether it's a small or a big group. So we've already seen that for some people, they really liked this experience of being part of a big group within the specific scenario, right? We're talking about a concert, so it might be different to some other experience. But in this case, people really enjoyed being part of a big group rather than being with 6 other people that felt awkward. And I don't know how this will translate in our results, in our actual results now. I'm just speaking from anecdotally from our pilots. But I really don't know. I don't have an answer for that. It might go the other way around, like previous research has shown. Like I said towards the end of the talk, we've also seen in a recent study that the situation, the actual situation with positive or negative, can also modulate this effect of you embodied in the concert. And it's left to see, yes, how the actual group, big or small, is going to play a role in that. Whether it's going to play a role, we suspect that it will, but we don't know for sure. Maybe it doesn't. But it will definitely tell us something about how people prefer to live through such experiences. Because in the end, what does it take to really make you feel that you are part of the concert? This is really a question that we want to answer as part of the Motive project. What does it take to make you feel that you're there and that the concert is really taking place? Do you need to be part of a big group, or you standing there in the middle of a concert is enough to experience it as you would like to?
So I think that is a perfect place to bring your talk to a close, where we think about this idea of similarity, which came up in talks yesterday, but also about what kind of models we can use empirically to get us closer to understanding what it means to be part of a group, to coordinate with a group. We're going to take a change of pace now to think more of the clinical perspective. So thank you, Domna, for your talk and your time and work in neurotypicals. We switch now to our next speaker, who's waiting in the wings. We have Inba Morton Alper, who's joining us from Israel, from the University of Haifa. And she's going to talk about whether or not herding in human groups relates to high autistic traits. Inba, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I hope that you have managed to set up nicely in the waiting room, and we are ready to go. So without further ado, I turn over to you, if you want to share your screen.
Yes, of course, I'll do that right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. And so thank you, Merle, for the warm introduction and for organizing this very wonderful and interesting conference. For me, it is very exciting to see the researchers I used to read and admire their work. So hi, everyone. I'm a PhD student under the supervision of Professor Simon Shammai-Tzuri from Haifa University, Israel. And today I would like to talk about my recent publication and discuss whether herding in human groups is related to high autistic traits. Why isn't it working? Just a second. Okay. So we can see group herding throughout evolution in lower life forms as it provides beneficial outcomes to the individual's fitness. In humans, joint synchronized actions such as dancing, playing sports, conversing, and even walking together down the street comprise a great deal of our everyday social lives. And as it's probably known by all of you, herding behaviors like other alignment behaviors enhance the group's sense of unity, solidarity, and emotional well-being. There are 3 principles presumed to guide herds from reptiles to mammals. So first, aligning with the direction of movements of those that are close by. As you can see here in the right image, the fish is misaligned in his direction of movement compared to the other fish. By changing the direction of his movement, he can align with his group. We suggest that the system that is in charge of this kind of action is the interpersonal synchrony system that facilitates and regulates group synchrony and alignment. These second and third principles that are involved in herding are cohesion and separation. Both are regulated by the system of interpersonal space. We suggest that at the same time the fish is aligning his movement direction, he also needs to maintain group cohesion by approaching other individuals in his herd. As you can see here in the second image, the fish is in the right course of movement with his group, but he is in great distance from them. So he must approach the group in order to be more cohesive. However, he must keep a certain distance from the other members of the group to avoid intrusion. So therefore, he must maintain also a separation interval. So these two simultaneous processes of approaching and maintaining minimal distance are evident in approach and avoidance behavior. And I will address all of the measurements and principles in the later section of the analysis, so keep them in mind. Another distinction that I would like to make is the distinction between spontaneous and intentional herding. Spontaneous herding emerges unconsciously when there is no explicit social goal of synchronization. For example, in-phase clapping of an audience, unintentional synchronous walking, or dancing together to a rhythm. In contrast, intentional herding includes conscious and intended synchronous presentation involving planned movement alignment, such as dance routine, coordination of musical ensembles, and marching soldiers. Though intentional and spontaneous synchrony share considerable similarities, these are two distinct abilities. They distinct in the extent of awareness to others' action, the level of monitoring that is required, and the presence or absence of the goal. Intentional synchrony involves elevated awareness to the other's action while purposely attempting to align with others, whereas spontaneous synchrony involves low efforts to adjust, minimal awareness to others' action, and no specific goal. Thus, we claim that individuals' spontaneous herding performance is not necessarily bound to his or her intentional performance, meaning that one can display an excellent ability to intentionally herd with the others, but doesn't necessarily mean that he could also have an excellent ability to spontaneously herd. Although, as I initially stated, herding may occur naturally in groups, but under certain conditions, some degree of impairments leads to reduced tendency to herd with a group. Autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, is one of a growing category of neurodevelopmental disorders marked by potential dysfunction in herding. Individuals on the autistic spectrum disorder present deficient reciprocity during social interactions, impairments in nonverbal communication, and difficulty to adjust to social context. It's been proposed that ASD traits exist in the general population, exhibiting the same etiology along a continuum. So studies show a variation in ASD-related traits among healthy individuals across the entire population. Therefore, in the current study, we were interested in studying typically developing individuals with high autistic traits, as we assume they will display similar difficulties related to ASD, but without the additional variables that can influence performance, such as comorbid disorders, motor impairments, or impaired intelligence. Another motive for the current study was our desire to understand complex social behaviors in groups that includes individuals with ASD traits. Up to date, most of the literature regarding ASD has focused mainly on dyadic interactions and specifically a caregiver and a patient dyad. And therefore, the question whether individuals with ASD or ASD traits exhibit impaired herding during a genuine group interaction remained unanswered. And we further wanted to examine spontaneous and intentional herding as two distinct abilities. So to examine these questions, we developed a new computerized social task in our lab. The procedure included a group of 4 participants at once. So in each session, a group of 4 participants are seated together in a room. Each participant is facing his own computer screen, and all 4 computers are connected through a server to a network. So basically, the participant could interact with one another in real time using the computer. Each participant was assigned to a differently colored circle red, blue, green, or turquoise, and could move a circle across the screen using the 4 arrows on the keyboard and all of their combinations, so creating 8 movement paths. So while the participant was moving, he could see the movement of all the other players as well and interact with them. We specifically requested all of our participants to engage in interaction that is happening, I'm sorry, only during the using the digital platform that we've provided, and refrain from talking or communicating any other way. And all the data was collected at a sampling rate of 5 Hertz. So the task included 2 conditions, a spontaneous herding condition and an intentional herding condition. Each condition lasted for 3 minutes. So in the spontaneous herding condition, participants were instructed to move their circle freely by means of the 4 arrow keys. And while they're moving, they had no other instruction. They could do whatever they wanted. However, in the intentional herding condition, participants were again instructed to move, only this time we explicitly asked them to synchronize with each other as a group. We had 136 participants randomly assigned into groups of 4. It is also important to acknowledge that the groups varied in their composition. Each group had its own set of characteristics. We did not control for age, gender, degree of acquaintance, or ASD traits. So we had a random variance for each foursome that we presume that since we had a random assignment, this random effect is normally distributed between the different composition. However, this random variance might also affect the performance, and therefore I will address this part in the analysis and results section later. So all participants completed the Baron-Cohen AQ questionnaire to quantify their degree of autistic traits prior to the task. The AQ questionnaire is a well-established self-administered instrument that is commonly used for measuring the degree of autistic traits in the population. And for the analysis purposes, we divided our participants into 2 groups of high and low autistic traits according to the AQ median score, which corresponded also with the mean AQ score in the general population. So we also had a good variance in AQ score ranging from 7 to 29. So here I brought you short videos so you can see the task in the different conditions. I will start with the spontaneous herding condition. So you can see that the movement is pretty individualistic with occasional moments of alignment between the participants that move freely and keep certain distances from one another. In the intentional herding condition, you can see that the circles are much closer. They're moving in the same rhythm and direction and create a clear joint pattern of movement. And here you can see the spatial pattern of movement in both conditions. Each color represents the course of movement of a specific individual in a specific foursome for the entire session. So you can see that in the SH condition, the spontaneous herding condition, the image is quite chaotic on the left, though there are times in which the different lines of color are close and similar, suggesting some moments of herding. Whereas in the intentional herding condition on the right, you can see that participants clearly moved together, creating a noticeable joint of pattern. And it is important for us, since this is a novel task. These findings help us verify that our participants indeed followed the instruction, they understood the task, and more importantly, they were able to herd using the digital platform that we've provided. To statistically examine our paradigm and verify that we were measuring herding behaviors that is above chance level, we created pseudo groups. We reshuffled the participant movement pattern and assigned them randomly into new groups of 4. So these groups were pseudo groups that consisted of participants from each different real group. For each participant, we calculated eventually 2 sets of measures. One based on the real group of participants he had performed the task with, and one based on the pseudo group that the participant had been assigned to. So now I will go over the measurement we obtained from our task that are related to the 3 principles I've presented in the beginning of the talk. So these principles include alignment, cohesion, and separation. And we created 3 variables to estimate each component. To measure alignment between each individual and the group, we calculated the directional correlation, which is the cosinus of the angle between the velocities of 2 players. So we've calculated the directional correlation between each participant and each of the other participant in his group, and then calculated the mean correlation for each participant. Higher correlation in these measurements indicates stronger tendency for herding. Cohesion was assessed using the distance in centimeters from a shared center of mass. So smaller distance between the participant and the shared center of mass indicated a stronger tendency for herding. So smaller distances indicate greater herding. Separation was examined by determining the minimal distance, again, in centimeters, each participant maintained from the other participant. So here again, smaller distances between the participants and the other participant or other group member indicate less separation between individuals and hence stronger herding. It is important to note that all of the measurements were calculated at 0 leg for 2 reasons. First, we statistically examined the maximal correlation of the corresponding legs in second and found that the highest correlation between participants was indeed at 0 leg. And the second reason is a theoretical one, since herding occurs in the here and now, and we did not expect any legging. Okay, so moving to the results. So first, to validate the paradigm and also examine the emergence of herding, we compared the interaction that happened in real life as opposed to the pseudo setting in which interaction in essence did not take place. As I previously said, we had 2 types of assignment, a real assignment and a pseudo assignment. So in these graphs, you can see the mean z-score in all of the herding measurements in the 2 conditions, the SH and IH conditions. Since greater distances in cohesion and separation measurements indicated decreased herding, we multiplied these values by -1 so that higher z-scores in all of the herding measurements will indicate higher herding. So in the upper graph, you can see the spontaneous herding condition, and in the lower graph, it's the intentional herding condition. So as you can see in the blue graphs, they represent the directional synchrony, meaning the alignment component. And you can see that in the real assignment compared to the pseudo assignment, the directional synchrony is higher, indicating greater herding. The same thing happens with the cohesion. In red, you can see that the cohesion in the real assignment is greater from the pseudo assignment in both of the condition, although that in the spontaneous herding, the differences are much smaller. Interestingly, though, for the separation measurement in green, participants who were engaged in real assignment during the spontaneous herding exhibit greater separation from the rest of the group compared to the pseudo group, and this effect was reversed in the intentional herding condition. And we figured that this dissociation is logical, since in these pseudo groups, there wasn't an actually minimal distance between participants. By reshuffling of the spatial pattern, the distance between participants could also result in zero lag distances. However, in real life, as I've shown you, people during the spontaneous condition chose to maintain greater distances from one another. Moving on, next we conducted a binary mixed model to predict the type of AQ group, high versus low AQ group. The model assigned the participants according to their performance in the task. And we found that directional synchrony and cohesion predicted the dependent variable AQ group only during the spontaneous herding condition, and not in the intentional herding condition. We found that during spontaneous herding, the odds of belonging to the high AQ group were significantly lower when directional synchrony increased and when interpersonal space decreased, suggesting that individuals were less likely to belong to the high AQ group as they presented greater herding behaviors. However, during the intentional herding condition, the herding measurement did not predict the dependent variable AQ group. So we could not assess the groups according to the herding measurements in the intentional herding condition. Here you can see the z-scores of all of the herding measurements. So you can see that in the spontaneous herding condition, all of the measurements of herding are lower in high AQ compared to the low AQ group. However, in the intentional herding condition, these differences between the group were found to be not significant. To further understand the relationship between ASD traits and herding, we conducted also a linear mix analysis with AQ group, this time as a between subject covariate, and each of the measurement of herding as a dependent variables. So we've also added the ID number of the group as a random effect, since, as I've previously mentioned, each group has its own specific characteristic that might affect the level of herding. And indeed, we found that different group compositions significantly influence herding. So there was a significant effect for the random variance. The second finding suggested that directional synchrony is affected by ASD traits differently in each of the conditions, so that we found an effect for AQ score in the spontaneous herding condition, but not in the intentional herding condition as before, as I've showed you with the binary mix. And lastly, we found that the AQ score increases the minimal distances, meaning the separation between participants, increased as well in all of the conditions. So here you can see the linear correlation between AQ score and the herding measurements that were found to be significant. So you can see that for the directional synchrony, there is a negative effect between the AQ score and directional synchrony only during the spontaneous condition in blue. In red, this correlation was found to be none. And for the separation variable, you can see that there is a positive correlation. So as the AQ score increases, the separation between individual increases as well across all conditions. So to sum it up, the aim of the present study was to examine group herding amongst individuals with ASD traits. We have found that individuals with high autistic traits are less synchronized with their group members compared to individuals with low autistic traits during spontaneous herding. But this ability seems to recover when herding was intentional, when it was a goal-directed behavior, suggesting that spontaneous group synchronization might be abnormal in autism spectrum disorder. Furthermore, we found that the degree of ASD traits affected individuals' tendencies to keep greater interpersonal space at all times. These findings help us understand some of the basic subconsciously processes that might underlie the profound behavioral disturbances we observed in ASD disorder. We also think that our paradigms provide a highly ecological setting to study social behavior, and also in the future its neural correlates, which we plan to investigate. And finally, the task we created could possibly serve as an additional diagnostic tool for social difficulties in ASD and maybe in general. So I would like to thank my associates, Dr. Hila Gewirtz, Michael Novat, Matan Kerlinsky, and of course, Professor Simon Shamai-Tsuri for her guidance. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Inbar, for that wonderful talk. And I had already sort of introduced the idea of the effects that we might see in autistic individuals because of the study I was able to conduct with Isabel Jobek's group, using a synchronization task as a proxy for adaptive or coordinating behaviors. This was perfectly complementary to that, so that was wonderful. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm sure there'll be some others coming in the YouTube live stream shortly. But if I might just start, a sort of big, sort of more theoretical question I have, which is sort of overarching in the conference as a whole, is how big does a group have to be, and specifically in humans, to be considered, first of all, a herd? And is it then that only at this threshold that it's likely to behave like a herd? So I'm sort of asking, what is specific to human herding? Is there a threshold for a number of people to become a herd?
Well, it's a very good question, and I guess when you think of a herd, you think of a massive group of a lot of people. But there are studies that show that also in smaller groups, people tend to act as in a group, as a whole. So I don't know if there is a specific threshold, if there is a specific number in which we can define this is a herd, and underneath it doesn't, it just a group. We figured that when we want to examine these dynamics in a lab and to create an environment to really assess social behavior, we had to, put some boundaries. So we thought that a group of 4 provides the opportunity to, to divide into subgroups. Also, you can do 2 and 2 or 3 and 1. Whereas, if we would go with 3 participants, we could find dynamics that are precluded 1 participant, which wasn't be, especially when you measure ASD, we did not want that situation to happen. So of course we had limitation, but it will be very interesting to examine the same dynamics in a larger groups for sure.
Mainly because I was thinking about what Peter Keller was saying in his talk this morning. I was thinking specifically about, leaderless versus leader-led groups. And I wonder if that's maybe something to do with it. I wonder if it's, because obviously differentiating between, in humans, this idea of intentional versus unintentional spontaneous herding, it just becomes quite pertinent, I think, to think about both what Peter said, but also what we heard about yesterday is how we coordinate, computationally speaking, with a number of individuals will vary. And I wonder whether this herding phenomenon is a very different kind of computational mechanism. It's a much quicker and dirtier mechanism. And maybe intentional herding, as you've been calling it, is something altogether quite different and quite unique to humans, which is more energy requiring. It's a much harder job. I do have some questions coming, so I'm going to stop taking over the question time. Peter Keller says, thank you, Invar, neat and rich study, and a nice distinction between manifestation of ASD effects for spontaneous, not intentional. His question is, do you think it's due to deliberate compensatory strategy or deferent mechanisms? And that was a question I had as well, so that's great.
Okay. So yeah, well, I agree with everything you said, and this distinction between spontaneous and intentional herding, for me, it's quite new. And I think that when you think of leader-follower dynamics, as you've mentioned, they are much more evident during intentional herding. I can say it from observing the participants and from being there during the experiment. I saw that when you explicitly ask participants to herd, they look for a certain dynamics. So it could be that some will lead, some will follow, and this dynamic may change. So one will follow and then he will lead. And when you think about the spontaneous herding, I think it's much harder to see any specific dynamic. And I think the intervals of synchronous occur without any specific intention. It just happens, and therefore you cannot observe any models of leader and follower or something that is more I don't know, planned.
No, I think that sounds about right. We have another question coming in from Patrick Nalepa, who is also joining us from down under in the Antipodes. So he's also staying up late for your talk. He says, this makes me think of Cousins and others' work about leaders or influencers that steer groups. What are plans to increase sociality using this paradigm, if there are? So that's his first question. And then there's a follow-up, I think, which says, it reminds me, groups are homogenous in their ASD trait compositions, he's asking, if that's okay.
Okay, so I'll start by saying that, well, I thought of using this task as sort of a training task, and maybe do like an intervention using this task to see if it increases sociality. Whether you can improve your spontaneous or intentional herding skills. Is it doable? I haven't examined this yet, but it's very interesting in my opinion. And remind me the second question. I think
he was asking whether in your groups that you tested, whether they were homogeneous in their ASD trait composition.
Oh, so no, it's very important to stress. This is why we had the random effect that we've examined, the component of different compositions. We did not control for the different composition. Therefore, we had distinct variants of, high and low, only high, 3 and 1, and etc. And well, for me, it is interesting to examine the specific composition and how it affects the ability to sync, but we didn't have a larger sample to examine each one of the composition, but it is really interesting to see it in the future.
Fantastic. Okay, well, on that note, we're going to have to bring that to a close. Patrick says thank you. I say thank you. He stayed up for herding research. We're all very, very pleased that you could present to us today. So thank you, Inbar. And we have Maria Lombardi, who is our next speaker, waiting in the wings. Inbar, have a wonderful day, and please do join the YouTube chat as we continue with our program today. We have our last speaker of this session. Maria, you can switch on your cameras and your microphones so that we can see and hear you. Welcome to you today. We are closing up our session this morning with Maria Lombardi, who's going to be talking about, good morning, emergence in walking groups. So we have some more walking tasks today, and we've already set the scene a little bit with Domna Bonacu's talk this morning. And so therefore, without further ado, I turn over to you. Would you like to share your screen? Fantastic.
Yes.
We can see your slides.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
And so just over to you.
Yeah, I think that I'm the last one before the lunch, so I will try to be short. I'm Maria Lombardi, and I'm a postdoc at Italian Institute of Technology. This talk is about nonverbal leadership emergence in working groups, and this was done when I was at the University of Bristol. I'll start with a brief introduction about nonverbal leadership emergence and what's our research question that we want to address. Then I'll move on the experiment that we performed to answer the question with the related analysis, and then the conclusion. So as we well know, in interesting phenomena can emerge from the collective behavior of a group of interactive agents that cannot we explain in terms of the single agent dynamics. Probably the most famous collective behavior is the coordination and the synchronization within a group, but the coordination is also a key element for another interesting collective phenomenon, that is the leadership. Many examples of leadership exist both in animal and in human world, such as a flock of birds during the migration, the conductor's role in orchestra, or in some group scenario. Specifically, we are interested in non-verbal leadership emergence in working groups. With the non-verbal leadership, we mean that the leader is able to influence the other members of the group by means of non-verbal cues. For example, by moving first or with some strong personal traits. What's our research question? Basically, we are trying to find a mathematical method to identify the leader in a coordinated working group when the leader is not designated a priori. And to answer this question, we need to define who we characterize as leader. In this work, we define the leader as the individual whose locomotion behavior influences the others the most. For example, in this picture, we have that at time t, the red man is moving upwards, while the black man is moving towards the top left corner. We say, according to our definition, that at the red man is the leader if at the time t plus a certain delay, the black man adjusts his heading direction according to that of the leader. In general, understanding the mechanism underlying the leadership emergence in human group can be useful for many applications. We have, for example, that during an evacuation in an emergency situation, if the leader has a global knowledge of the building, she can be able to guide the others towards a safety exit. Or we can analyze also the pedestrian flows in a shopping center, identifying leader-follower patterns or cluster formation, or finding and disconnecting the leaders from the crowd. We can also prevent that violent behavior of a small group can spread among the crowd. So to answer our research question, we performed some experiment at the Brown University, and two groups of four people were involved. Specifically, each participant was placed in one of the four vertices of a square configuration. The position were front left, front right, back left, and back right, and interpersonal distance was either 1, 2, or 4 meters. They were instructed to walk across the room and to change direction or speed twice at self-selected times, and Furthermore, they were explicitly instructed to try to stay together with their neighbors. We can have two different types of trials. In change direction trial, we have a sequence of left-right commands. In the change speed trial, we have a sequence of slow-fast commands. Participants shuffled their position at the beginning of each trial. This is a video of the experiment that refers to a 10 participant experiment, but it's just to show how we performed our experiment, because the equipment and the instruction are equal to our case with only 4 participants. So how we can identify the leader in a coordinated working group? We start from an experimental trial. It can be either a speed change trial or a direction change trial. So we can have either a leader in heading direction or a leader in speed. In the first case, we proposed the time-dependent delay directional correlation that basically assess the difference in heading direction at each time between each pair of pedestrians. In the second case, we proposed the time-dependent delay speed correlation that basically assesses the difference in speed at each time between each pair of pedestrians. With these two metrics, we can identify who is the leader at each time instant of the trial. Summing the percentage of time in which a specific pedestrian is identified as a leader, we can evaluate the individual leadership index. Here I'm going to explain a bit of math. This is the formula that we can use to evaluate the time-dependent directional correlation. Basically, these metrics compare the heading of the agent I at time t with the heading of the agent j at time t plus a certain delay tau. It is basically, I can move this one, yes. This is basically based on the scalar product between the velocity vector of the agent I at time t and the velocity vector of the agent j at time t plus tau. If the scalar product is 1, this means that the two heading directions are parallel, and this means that the agent j after a certain delay has adjusted his heading direction to that of the agent I. If the scalar product is 0, this means that the two agents are going to a completely different direction. This quantity is then averaged over a symmetric time window. So following this the definition, we can say that the pedestrian I leads the pedestrian j at time t if the value of delay tau that maximizes the value of correlation c is positive. Here we have just an example of a change direction trial where the sequence of commands was turn left and then turn right. We can build for each pair of pedestrians, we can build basically the heat map showing the values of correlation, and we have on the x-axis the duration of the trial, while on the y-axis we have different values of delay tau. In green, we have the values of tau that maximize the correlation C for each time instant. As we said before, we can we can basically sum the amount of time in which a specific pedestrian is identified as a leader, and we can build this bar plot that basically shows the level of leadership taken by a specific pedestrian during the trial. In this specific case, we have that the pedestrian in the front right position takes the leadership for around 90% of the trial. The knowledge of the values of tau allow us also to reconstruct the network of interaction between the participants. Here we have that each node of this graph is a pedestrian, and the arrow connecting two different nodes represent the direction and the strength of the influence that a pedestrian has on the another one. We can reconstruct this network for a small window of time, so we can basically see how the either follower pattern change over the trial. Very similar, we can define the time-dependent speed correlation. Here we have that we compare the speed of the agent A at time t with the speed of the agent J at the time t plus 2. Here we evaluated the difference in module between the velocity vector of the agent I, always at time t, and the agent J, always at time t plus 2. If this difference is 0, this means that the speeds are equal. This quantity is then averaged over a symmetric time window. Following this definition, we can say that the pedestrian I leads the pedestrian J at time t if the value of delay tau minimizing the value of correlation C is positive. The difference with the previous case is that here we aim at minimizing the value of correlation. We applied our method to the data that we collected from the experiment, and we were able to detect different type of leadership emerging from a working group. The first type of leadership is that one depending on local visual couplings. The second one is the individual leadership that is more related to a participant characteristic locomotion behavior that can be so strong to dominate all the other. Here we have the bar plot showing the level of a percentage of the level of leadership taken by each pedestrian grouped by position, both for the group 1 and the group 2. We performed a three-way mixed ANOVA with two different conditions, the change in direction and the change in speed for 4 position and 3 interpersonal distance. As we expected, the leadership was taken prevalently by one of the 2 pedestrians that were in one of the 2 front position. In fact, from the analysis, we see that the position in effect was statistically significant, and the front position are statistically different from the back position. The evidence of the individual leadership is more interesting because we noticed that the pedestrian 4 in the group 2 basically takes the leadership independent of his position in the group. Here we have that the participant 4 basically takes the leadership also if it is she is in the back left or in the back right position. And this is at least the level of the leadership of the player 4 is statistically different respect to the others. To conclude, basically, we propose a mathematical method to identify the leader in speed and in heading direction in working group when leader and follower role are not designated a priori. I would like to underline that this study is not to discover any type of leadership or understand something particular in the experiment, but this study is to basically try to formalize mathematically basically the mechanism of the leadership. In fact, with this method, we can get information about the leader-follower patterns within a group, reconstructed the network of interaction, and we can also have information about how these patterns change over trial, over time, because we know that the leader can be time dependent, so the leader can change. And of course, this proposed method needs to be tested with more extensive data and can be generalized to a larger pedestrian group. In fact, we are currently working to extend this methodology to swarm scenarios. I would like to thank my co-worker, Mario, William, and Greg, the NLab crew, and all people who took part in the experiment. And thank you all for your listening. I hope to be in time.
You were more than in time. You were the best in time. You are a leader in timekeeping. No, that was fantastic, Maria.
Worried to be in time during the talk.
Well, you were perfect. You were unbelievably punctual, and I do love that so very, very much. Most people won't know that I've been stalking Maria for at least 2 years now, because as you will all have seen, her work is incredible and incredibly thorough, and I think has been the perfect way to prepare us for our workshop this afternoon on ways to quantify coordination. So I need to thank you for setting the tone for that, because it really is really quite wonderful what you've put together there. And I'm hoping that people like myself will continue to bombard you to try and use some of your tools in some other data sets. As a nice bridge from our previous talk on spontaneous herding, you obviously are talking about another spontaneous or emergent property of leadership. So I think you should definitely be talking to some of the people working on herding literature, trying to form a bridge there. But I have some various questions. One is a more conceptual one, which you don't have to answer, but which I'd like to throw out there, which is, what is a leader? And you've looked at least 2 different ways people can lead. They can lead by changing direction, or they can change in a more subtle way, simply by changing their speed. It's a more of a nudge than we're going this way. So I think that one thing that your work highlights is that there are different kinds of leaders, and Peter Keller talked about that as well earlier today. He said, you know, there can be leadership by default in a dyad. If nobody takes control of that dyad, you end up going incredibly slowly and you never reach your goal. So we in our experiment had, you know, a leader by default, and then subsequent work that Peter and his group have done have looked at people who take the lead, who are active leaders. And I think that in here you have sort of somewhere in between, because you still gave them instructions, and there was somebody in the group to take the lead, as it were, but based on some instructions. So I think that there's something nice there to think about. Questions that I have for you specifically is, that I thought it was quite interesting that you tried to look at the dynamic time course a bit more. So where you looked at what I think is sort of like this transition into the leadership roles, where you try and quantify the coupling between individual nodes across time. And I think that's really where I think all of our work needs to go. It's less interesting from a signal point of view to be in one state or another. Obviously, it's interesting if you then correlate it with other, more behavioral, psychophysical things. But from a pure maths point of view, it's what's in that signal when you transition right into that leadership role. So I thought that was really interesting. I don't know if you have anything more to say about how we can dig into the data in a more dynamic way, like you've proposed.
Yeah, basically to reconstruct the network of interaction, basically the links, we know that the links basically that can change over time, because the leadership and the influence between that a pedestrian has on another basically is a time variant. So the network that we can reconstruct needs to be time variant itself. Basically, the link basically is constructed on the value of tau that we evaluated with our metrics. Basically, the exact mechanism that basically change these links. I don't know which is the exact mechanism that changes these links, but I can observe experimentally that the leadership is a time variant phenomenon. I collaborate with Professor William Warren, that is a psychologist and a more cognitive science and me. My work is to try to mathematize some phenomenon that we can see in the nature. It can be quite complicated because the nature and the human brain is so complicated, so we need some way to simplify all of the mechanisms that can happen in a human brain.
But I think that that's exactly what you've done. And I think that the tools that you've been using are going to be incredibly useful going forward. So I really will hope that people will reach out to you. I know I have already, because I think that there is a lot to be said for using these kinds of mathematical tools to better dive into these dynamic time course data sets that we have. One last question I have for you is, again, related to some of the work I'll be presenting after the lunch, and that's a little ad, to please come back and join us at 1:30 for the second afternoon session of this day 2 of Social Bridges. We're going to be talking again about group walking. But in the two studies I'm going to present to you, on the one hand, we don't have movement in one of the study designs that we have. And I think that there might be something interesting to think about in terms of when there's no transverse movement at all. So there can be only temporal information, but without spatial changes. And then the other, where so in the first one, the configuration is that everybody's looking forward, much like in your case. But in the other, we have people standing in a circle. So rather than having this front-back bias, which we see in your data and in Alan and Mark's data from yesterday, all members of the nodes have access to, can look at, can visually couple to one another. So I think it'd be very interesting if we could use some of your analysis tools to look at that kind of data to see if there's something interesting there.
I think that this method can be easily generalized to also other kind of tasks or configuration, because we are trying to apply it also to the mirror game task, that is the task that also Peter showed before. And basically we need just to transform the variable from an XY space to an angular space. So for example, in the mirror game task, we have not a leader in X, Y coordinate, but just a phase leader where we evaluate the angle theta, for example, between the oscillation of two or more players in the task. So I think that this method can be generalized to other tasks. The important things that should be some kind of movements in task.
Well, we just need to find you some times that you can. I will get you one of these days.
Okay.
But on that note, I'm going to thank you, Maria, for your time and for your incredibly wonderful talk. You've got some compliments coming up in the stream. Nobody has questions because it was so perfectly presented, so clear, even though it was full of maths. So it just goes to show either we have a very biased crowd this morning who are mathematically oriented.
Tried to limit the math in this slide.
You didn't. You gave us just the right amount, so you got us all thinking. It was perfect. Thank you so very much, and I hope that you are well and safe in Italy, and that we will have a chance to meet in person very soon when all this nonsense dies away. To everybody watching, thank you so much for joining us for this morning session. We will be starting again in about an hour and a half. Go get your tea, your coffee, your lunch, or if you're far away in another time zone, your breakfast or your dinner. Thank you, Maria, again, and we'll be back
you too.
with you
Bye.
in about an hour and a half. Thanks all. Talk to you soon. So I'm going to start again, and hopefully nobody will be bored if they did in fact hear some of this. This military display of coordination is certainly impressive. But the question I ask myself is why someone would choose to take part in this kind of exercise, that is, try to coordinate with a group of this size. And as I mentioned yesterday, observing my kids learning how to interact and coordinate, figuring out which game they should play, I realized just how hard it is to coordinate with several others. So why and how do we do it? And how does this differ, say, from contexts where we're only interacting with one other person? Today, I will take an interdisciplinary approach to investigate group temporal coordination and consider the changes that occur at the level of the individual in group interactions. So specifically, I will look for the me in the we. Now, in McNeil's Keeping in Time Together, he does much of the work for me to introduce the idea of what he calls muscular bonding, which is what he perceived when marching in a military context. Now, obviously, for the purposes of experimental control, most of the studies to date have focused on the interaction between two individuals. But this so-called muscular bonding, these efforts we make together with others, are rarely done with just one other person. In fact, many of the things we do, from sport to surgical interventions, we do in groups. And when we do things together, we feel a sense of pervasive well-being, a strange sense of personal enlargement and becoming bigger than life. I should point out that I've not chosen this particular text, so talking about military marching, because of my institutional affiliation, but rather that it seems important to consider the functional rationale for why armies make their soldiers march, probably to help them become aligned, to feel bigger, to feel connected. Now, this is obviously his anecdotal observation. What we're trying to do with our work that I'll be presenting today is to quantify some of these subjective feelings. One of the other questions that I've already mentioned today in some of the previous talks is, how big does the group have to be to have these effects? We heard about herding in this morning's session. But the central question for today is, what happens to the individual as the group gets larger? These are central questions for my talk today. Now, before I start, I should say that we already know a lot about how and why we coordinate with one other person. And a lot of what I say today will be me extrapolating from this. Additionally, there are already several very good studies, and some of them we have seen and heard about today and yesterday, that have already started to look at groups interacting. Very early on, we had Richardson and colleagues looking at spontaneous coordination of people in rocking chairs. We heard from Alan Wing and Mark Elliott yesterday about their impressive and ecological work on musical ensembles. More recently, Müller and colleagues have shown how professional choirs coordinated, but also reorganized into smaller groups, depending on whether they were singing in canons or in unison. Now, one of only a handful of studies have looked at dance. This is the Chauvigny et al. Paper from 2019. And what they showed was that there is an effect of holding hands, of having multisensory information to couple in groups. We also see work from our last speaker, Maria Lombardi, and Alderizio et al., doing a lovely experiment with people waving hands. And we'll do our own version of this in tomorrow's workshop, so please stay tuned for that. But taking these studies as a lead, my work focuses on these medium-sized groups because it seems to me to be the size in which we most often coordinate with others. Now, I will try and look at how the exchange of information results in changes both at the level of objective temporal coordination, but also the subjective feelings about our bodies and ourselves with respect to the group. So first, I'll try and make the point that lower sensory motor approaches that quantify coupling and indeed uncoupling are necessary to investigate how coordination scales up from dyads to groups. I'll then take a slightly more theoretical approach to discuss one of my primary hypotheses regarding the nonlinear way in which things scale, namely the sense of self as a function of the size and makeup of the group. Put another way, my work asks the question, what happens to the me in the we? And I present the concept of a so-called self-to-other ratio. And then, depending on time, I will move on to the data from two studies that employ a novel group walking paradigm, which bears remarkable similarity to several of the studies we've already heard about. So much group walking here at socialBRIDGES. And I will hopefully convince you of its strengths in terms of immersive, ecological, and flexible properties. So the first point I'd like to make is that although my task is one that falls squarely in this category of sensorimotor synchronization, what I'd like to talk to you about is what happens when we try to become synchronized. That is the dynamic give and take that can be seen as a negotiation. So let us look at these two signals, one representing the self, me, and the other representing the other or others. Now, while absolute synchronization, say between my movements and yours, is boring and uninformative on the left-hand side, the other on the right, with various levels of variance in phase and amplitude, it not only looks more exciting, but I would posit is far more useful to us as a social species. I slow down and you slow down accordingly. I slow down too much and you decide to take the lead and bring us back to a tempo that will get us to our destination in time. This type of information exchange, which may vary in its directionality and symmetry, is above all things informative. It might tell us about who we're walking with in terms of their personality, their health, and so on. And as such, I might be so bold as to say that it may form the basis of all other social exchanges. I've already told you that what hopefully makes the work I am presenting particularly exciting is that it aims to create a bridge between the causes of coordination and the consequences of these coordinated experiences. To my mind, the primary cause of those immersive feelings we heard through McNeil's words has been described as coupling. The important takeaway is that signals can become coupled through the exchange of information. And here we see some figures from a very early paper by Petrovathan in the late 70s describing the reciprocal exchange between the primary dyad, the caregiver and infant, what they call so-called split-second mutual adjustments that result in temporal patterns that are matched, their words, not mine. It is suggested that through this exchange of information, in this case primarily visual, the two individuals become coupled, and importantly, this forms the basis of sharing and communication. Now, the caveat to this is that coupling as a correlation between two signals can occur spuriously, or the coupling may be non-informative. Now, my key objective is to quantify the degree of coupling and identify cases of true reciprocal mutual adjustment. That is, to use a computationally rich definition of coupling. I should mention that Guillaume Dumas and I have a preprint out which does exactly this. It talks about how to quantify coupling in real cases of social interaction. As we discuss in that paper, coupling can occur at various levels, physiological, behavioral, or neural. Now, the work I present today will focus on behavioral coupling, that is looking at sensory motor data that shows how one person's action in time becomes coordinated with another. The important points here are that the task we use is dynamic, which allows us to look at how coordination changes in time. This is particularly important if you want to go beyond simply saying that a group is either in sync or not. So instead, we can look at how groups, even of complete strangers, become coupled and then uncoupled again. Moreover, a fundamental difference between dyads and groups is the increased range of structural reorganization of the constituents of the network and the links between them across time. And we've seen several very pretty node drawings over the last 2 days. Now, the organization of a group is likely to vary when there is a predetermined leader who provides reliable temporal cues. At the level of the dyad, I've described these leader-follower dynamics in terms of a change in attentional focus and change in the relative contribution of self and other information. And Peter very kindly presented this work earlier today. However, in a group of more than 2, the ratio of self to other information and the effect it has on social cognitive processing will become more complex. These types of reorganization can be described in terms of attractor dynamic patterns, the underlying topological features of which can be inferred with a combination of differential equation modeling with mixture modeling. And indeed, I believe that it's these modeling approaches that may hold the key to identifying factors of who we interact with, i.e. the presence of a leader, and how we interact with them. For example, how we recover after a perturbation, and that these underpin the dynamics of interpersonal coordination. Members of a string quartet will sit in such a way so as to hear and see each other for optimal information exchange. But does that information exchange need to be reciprocal and symmetrical, all to all, for optimal performance? We saw some of these coupling changes across the members of a string quartet in Alan's talk yesterday. What I'm proposing here is that new computational approaches that take into account a weighting factor of the self as respect to other information might be key to settling this debate. When we are in a big crowd, social information about others as well as feedback regarding our own actions may be drowned out and therefore less accessible. Will more information about our actions and those of other agents make coordination easier? And will this be reflected in subjective measures of coordination? And will this hold true only up to a certain point, depending on the number of interacting agents? Mingxing Zhang, who spoke yesterday, and her colleagues have highlighted the gap between very small, so the dyad, and very large groups, like a crowd, and the need for a more comprehensive understanding of how group size affects coordination and the consequences thereof. So today, I'm going to show you data from 2 studies that look at intermediate-sized ensembles. And earlier today, you heard from Domna Banaku of our work using VR, which I think truly holds the key to being able to ecologically, but in an empirically controlled manner, to test the following 2 hypotheses. As group size increases, processing demands of social information increases, and the coupling profile between the participant and the agents should change accordingly. And the second, as group size increases, the self to other ratio will be reduced, though perhaps not in cases of high similarity, which will affect both information processing on the one hand, but also feelings of connectedness to the group on the other. Now, one of the main theoretical claims I hope to prove experimentally is that as we scale up from dyads to group, the way in which information pertaining to self and other will differ. But the questions we have to ask is whether it is just a linear scaling effect. Will interacting in a large group mean that the self is drowned out? And if so, what constitutes a large group? Now, this concept is not entirely my own. Instead, from the social psychology literature, I found work by Mullen, who has described the phenomenology of being in a group and has highlighted the role of group composition. And we heard about this in our work in VR in Domna's talk earlier today, where we look at racially different or similar groups. My other inspiration when thinking about this ratio is work by the musicologist Turnstrom, who didn't look at coordination per se, but rather changes in the volume of choir singers and how much sound they needed to keep their preferred self to other ratio. Now this highlights inter-individual differences in this ratio. Now, we can think of our 2 signals, and please imagine that these are nicely highly variable time courses rather than these boring and uninformative synchronized ones, as relating to self and other information, self in purple, green for the other. Now, these can either be balanced as shown in the top panel, or in the case of a leader who is focusing more on self-related information to ensure that they are keeping a steady rhythm for the others to follow, or perhaps when dealing with someone who is highly unreliable, like the soprano, focusing instead on the self. So we have a higher purple contribution than green. By contrast, if you are a follower, you might focus more on monitoring changes in the leader. Or perhaps what we see in a mob is that access to self-related information is made more difficult, and so you see a higher amount of represented other or green information. Now, obviously, in the dyadic cases, the me-we ratio is easier to consider conceptually, but also computationally less challenging. However, as we scale up from a dyad to groups of increasing size, the integration segregation challenge, which Peter mentioned earlier today, whereby individuals need to identify the most informative signal to selectively integrate those external rhythms to their own movement and segregate themselves from the external rhythms when they prove inefficient for the purpose. So we see that when we interact with others, and indeed when we interact with increasingly larger groups of others, this segregation integration challenge becomes particularly important. And what I'm showing here on the left are 2 synchronization, so objective temporal coordination measures, which try to capture these self-related focused actions, which is the shown here in the red, or a measure of standard deviation of the asynchrony, so that is the degree of coupling or the interaction, which requires this more integrative mode. Okay. Enough of the theory, let us get to the experiment. Now, I think sports offer a wonderful model of how we do things together with many others And there is indeed quite a bit of observational work done to see how team makeup affects performance. And we'll see some nice work, which is pretty computational, by Pedro Passos tomorrow. However, clearly tracking footballers on a field is equally difficult to do, and it's pretty hard to control experimentally. So for now, the model I'd like to present is both highly flexible and highly controllable. With it, we're investigating the effect of group size as it interacts with factors related to, on the one hand, the nature of the partners, so who we're interacting with, as well as the information that we are getting from them, so the how. Like my previous work, it is a sensory-motor synchronization paradigm that models how we walk together with others in a group, kind of like in a musical marching band. But departing from tasks involving limb coordination, like my beloved finger tapping, here I implemented tasks chosen for its inactive and ecological quality. So it involves the whole body. And indeed, we have plans of doing something more like dance, which hopefully will be even more ecologically valid. The reason being is that we want to capture this immersive quality, which is so important for modulating these higher subjective feelings of agency as we move into the virtual reality environment. What happens in our task is that a participant hears a pacing signal, which dictates a given tempo. This is the so-called initiation phase, and is then instructed to walk on the spot in time with a pacing signal while being surrounded by other social agents walking with them. This is the so-called synchronization phase. Now, in some cases, the pacing signal stops playing and the participant or participants are asked to continue walking in time. And we have a so-called continuation phase not shown here. In all of the experiments, the participant is also hearing and sometimes seeing other individuals walking around them. Now, these agents might be real people or the sounds of real people, or indeed programmable virtual agents in our VR experiments that Domna showed us today. The dynamic nature of the paradigm captures the rich nature of the give and take, so integral to social interactions. And my hope is that with novel modeling approaches, the changes in coupling over time and across interactions, interacting agents will help to describe and detail alignment in groups. Moreover, this is an intentional interpersonal coordination task, and it therefore creates a bridge between the causes and consequences of interpersonal group coordination by studying, on the one hand, lower level sensory motor coordination and the effects this has on subjective feelings about oneself and the people with whom we're interacting. And that's what I've tried to capture here, these so-called causes and consequences, how well we coordinate using objective measures of coupling, and on the other, these consequences, how coordination makes us feel. And these are a couple of the measures that we're using. With this highly flexible, ecological, and adaptable design, I'm trying to forge a link between these two, how intentional coordination makes us feel, and capturing low-level mechanisms that underpin how we coordinate. These include measures of gait change and temporal synchrony, which are easily derived from self and other footsteps timing onsets. And then we can compare these to subjective reports of perceived size, oneness, you'll remember McNeil's words, hopefully, affiliation, co-presence, and importantly, agency. These objective measures will be analyzed using linear approaches, but we've also fed them into models devised in a new set of work where I'm trying to use changes in coupling to identify moments where interacting agents become coupled, maintain synchrony, or indeed become uncoupled or decoupled. Now, I'd like to just give you an overview of the kinds of work that we do, and I'll be focusing primarily on the left-hand panel in the middle, and Domna's very kindly done the work for me to tell you about our work in virtual reality. In the first, we have the sounds of our footsteps and the sounds of those around us. I'm working with Ana Tejadura Jimenez, who is also involved in the virtual reality work that Domna presented earlier today. We work together in London to try and see how the sounds of our footsteps and the sounds of others change the way we move, but also how we feel about our bodies. In this particular experiment, the participant was walking in these very, very classy pair of white sandals, and then they heard the sounds of 8 pre-recorded partners who were placed around them in this 3x3 matrix. So the participant was in the middle of the square, and they had 8 virtual auditory partners around them. who either were walking in the same pair of white, very snazzy sandals, or a pair of incredibly cool cowboy boots. And so we have a very easy set of 4 conditions, a 2x2 design, where we had people who were either wearing distinct footwear around us, the cowboy boots, or the same and therefore made similar sounds wearing the sandals. And then we had a second factor of having those people walk either in sync with the metronome or walking together out of sync. And the hypothesis is we wanted to see how this changes the way we coordinate, but also how we feel about ourselves as a group. And we can think of our study as having 2 tasks. And this is really the crux of what I want to say today. One is the explicit task of synchronizing our actions with the metronome. And then an implicit task, which is that we assume participants will become coupled. That is, they will coordinate their actions as a function of similarity and synchronicity with those of the people they're walking around with. So we have this pool between the explicit task, go and synchronize with the metronome, and this other implicit task that we are social creatures, we'll hear the sounds of people around us and maybe we'll be pulled towards them. Now, what will we find? We have on this panel, hopefully everything you need to know. We will look at that integration segregation challenge where we assume that when people are focusing on themselves, where they're segregating the other information, we'll see a greater degree of stability of self-paced action. That's what we're seeing on the left. And when people have information that's useful to them, they'll integrate other information into their representation. So they'll have both self and other information being processed. And that's indeed what we see. On the left-hand side, we see that people are indeed more reliable in their self-paced tapping when the people they're walking around with are more similar to them. So they use that information. That information is very difficult to integrate with them. So they focus instead just on themselves. There's a blur between me and you because we're making similar sounds. We do also see a near significant main effect of synchronicity, but I'll leave that for now. Conversely, when we look at the self-other integrative side of things, we have instead a coordination performance measure, the standard deviation of the asynchrony, how well we coupled with one another. And in this case, it's coupled with the metronome. So we're talking here about the explicit task, I should mention. Now, in this explicit task where I want to coordinate with the metronome, people are both, we see a main effect of synchronicity. So it's much easier to, and we coordinate much better when the information around us is, when the people walking around us are not making this cacophonous asynchronous sound. But we more importantly see an interaction such that greatest performance is when we get distinct and synchronous information. So when that information is reliable and when it is distinct, we can use it to our advantage and do better at our task. I should probably just mention for those of you following at home, low in this case is good. But now let's move more to those consequences. If those were the causes, these low-level sensory-motor coordination parameters that we've been looking at, what are the consequences of doing things together? Well, we see that greater synchronization performance when walking with synchronous others wearing the different footwear. So again, if it's reliable information, we do best. But what happens at that subjective level? Well, synchronicity has positive effects on reports of body strength and elongation, emotional valence and dominance, and feelings of affiliation. Now, hopefully you're remembering the words of McNeil, and these are therefore some nice empirical data to support those observations that he made. Now, we suggest that when part of a larger group, we feel a smaller part of the whole. Further, the more similar we sound as a group, the closer we feel to others. I'd like to think a little bit about this idea of self-focused attention versus self-other interaction, which is based on the work we heard about earlier from Mullen. Now, we feel part of the group either as a function of synchronicity, how you are behaving, but also maybe as a function of the footwear you're wearing, so how you sound. And we have to go on both of these pieces of information when we decide to integrate or segregate. What we see is that we have greater self-other overlap in the asynchronous condition. We also see that we have greater agency in the synchronous conditions, which is perhaps very important because as a primary takeaway, being part of a group does not need to mean losing a sense of self. Now, as we are running out of time, I'm going to finish up by saying that I do have another study where we are looking now not at people walking with just the sounds of others, but rather in a live science experiment at the Tate. We had 7 people walking together, 7 strangers walking together on the spot, and this time arranged in a circular array. And if you're interested, we can talk a little bit more about these results, which are in a preprint available as of today. And there is some information that talks to both these causes of coordination as well as the consequences. So we have some various measures which look very similar to the ones I've already talked about today. So just to wrap up, I want to say that we know that coordination acts as a social glue. And what I've tried to tell you is that it would be interesting to see how this glue works as we scale up to larger groups. But why my work is perhaps new is I've tried to take an interdisciplinary approach. So think about things from a more philosophical and indeed theoretical point of view. And I've tried to create this link between measures of the causes of coordination as well as the consequences, using a very ecological, adaptable, flexible task. And what will be nice is as we go forward is to see how this changes as a function of group sizes with our virtual reality version of the experiment. And why is this important? Why do we care? I should probably have started with that. But maybe it's nice here to sort of stimulate some discussion. I think it'll be useful as we move into talking about human-computer interfaces, where we need to make sure that the humans interacting with these computers have a feeling of self. We can think about the clinical cases, and we'll hear from Dimitris Bolis tomorrow, and we've heard some talks today about autism, where we might think about theories of misattunement, where people don't feel the same as others, and maybe we see a distinction between how self and that information is used. And obviously scaling up to the very large, we can think about the implications this has on social or political contexts. And that just leaves me to thank you all for your attention, but also all the people who've helped me do this work in no particular order: Domna Banaku, Ana Tajadura Jimenez, Peter Keller, Fatikan Atay, Mathieu Galotti and Chris Frith, who've helped me more with the theoretical side, along with Ophelia de Roy, Guillaume Dumas, Baha Tungjenk, who's helped with this work at the Tate, Stephen Guyon, who's been helping me work on some of the new models, and Owen Travers, who was also involved in the Tate work. And with that, I thank you for your time and attention. And if there are any questions, I'll check the YouTube channel myself. Travis says, very interesting talk, Mel. Have you looked at or know of anyone else that has, whether there are differences between individualistic and collective cultures, and whether that might affect the tendency towards synchronization as well as the degree of self-other overlap? I think that this is a fantastic question. And as far as I know, there isn't, but it is certainly something I'm very keen to investigate. And one of the benefits of this virtual reality design is that we will be using it in different cultures, so to speak. So as you all know, I work for the Bundeswehr University in Munich, and I have the wonderful pleasure of being surrounded by people who have a very collectivist attitude. And so I'm very much hoping to be able to compare samples of people who come from a collectivist culture, but maybe not necessarily from a different country, and those who do not. And I think that that might be a more controlled way to do that. So stay tuned. I'll hopefully be able to tell you more about that soon. Now, without further ado, I will see that if we have our next speaker so that we don't run out of too much time. I have Liam Cross waiting in the wings. Liam, you are admitted. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Good afternoon, Liam. Hopefully you can hear and see me. Your audio is connecting. I have the very great pleasure of introducing Liam Cross from Edge Hill University, who is going to probably take over from where I left off and tell us how moving together binds us together. So I think my talk on muscular coupling becomes quite pertinent. Liam Cross is still connecting to audio, so let's see how that goes. I'll check if there are any other questions in the meantime. None so far. Liam, perhaps it's best to try and reconnect and connect again. I'll take this moment while we wait for Liam to try and reconnect. Liam, I would recommend that you maybe leave the room and try and connect again. I'll take this moment to just highlight that we do in fact have our first workshop taking place today, this afternoon. We'll be starting after our coffee break at 4 o'clock CET. Distinction between how self and that information is used. Liam, you are now available and we can hear you. Can you switch on your screen, first of all, your mic and camera, please? Great, we can see you, but now you've muted yourself, so now I need to have you.
There you go.
There you go. Welcome, Liam.
Thanks. Hi.
We can see and hear you now. I'm sorry I ran a little bit long, but we will give you all the time you need to tell us about how coupling makes us feel more connected. And so without further ado, I'll just ask you to switch on your slides. Perfect, we can see your screen. And over to you.
All slides as well now.
Yeah, we can see your slides. Perfect.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me and for organising this talk. Mine's going to deviate a little bit in that I'm not really going to be talking about how we coordinate or necessarily why we coordinate, but more about some of the different social consequences of coordination. So I'm going to start by giving a bit of background on the different kinds of socio-cognitive effects that coordination has been shown to have. And then I'm going to offer group identification as a potential explanation for why coordination has this wide body of effects, and then talk through a couple of different studies that evaluate this hypothesis and show one potential application of it. Okay, so I'm not really going to distinguish too much between coordination and synchrony. Most of the examples I'm going to give are really more about synchrony, and particularly in-phase synchrony, than coordination more generally. But there's a kind of growing body of work now that shows that coordination more broadly also has these same kinds of effects. So I'm defining coordination and synchrony simply as people matching their movements over time to a common rhythm. So when we sing, dance, play music, spontaneous coordination like people's breathing patterns falling into lockstep, synchronous exercises, calisthenics, and walking and marching in step. But what I'm really more interested in aren't or isn't the coordination in and of itself, it's these different kinds of social consequences that coordination has. The most commonly talked about are the prosocial effects of synchrony or coordination. So seminal study by Hove and Risen in 2009 that showed that the closer in time an experimenter tapped to a participant, the more that participant liked the experimenter, the closer they felt to them, the more rapport they had. Kocal et al. In 2011 showed this translated to behavior as well, and that participants were more likely to pick up pencils when they were dropped by somebody who had previously been trained with that person, and they were more likely to pick up more of them the more in time they'd moved together. Waltermuth and Heath in 2009 showed a similar kind of thing, but this time showing that people were more likely to cooperate in an economic game with those people who they'd previously coordinated with, even if that cooperation came at a real financial sacrifice or cost to those that were involved. And a series of studies by Sorelli et al. Have shown that these effects are also present in infants as young as about 9 months old. So this is where infants are bounced up and down in time with other people. And the closer in time they're bounced together, the more likely they are to help these people in instrumental helping tasks or looking time paradigms. Okay, but it's not all prosocial effects. So synchrony has also been shown to have a much darker side. In 2 studies by Scott Waltermuth in 2012, he showed that people are also more likely to comply or obey to aggressive requests if they come from somebody who we've previously moved in time with. So in one study, he showed that people were more likely to subject other people to loud and aggressive noise blasts if they were requested to do so by somebody who they'd moved in time with. And in the second study, people were walked from one lab to another lab by an experimenter who either walked in step or out of step with that person. When they got to this second lab, they were then asked to kill bugs using a modified coffee grinder. And they showed that people not only killed more of the bugs if they'd been asked to do so by somebody they'd walked in time with, but they killed them quicker as well. And in this study by Dong et al., they showed that people were also more likely to conform to choices of their previously coordinated co-actors, even if those choices were nonsensical. There's a much wider array of effects too. So there's studies that have shown that people are better at other kinds of unrelated joint actions, such as completing these two-player labyrinth mazes if they previously coordinated with people. We also have better memories for our previously coordinated co-actors. And there's what's called the self-reference effect, which is where we're better at remembering stuff to do with the self or stuff that's produced by the self than we are other people. But this goes away post-coordination, and we become just as good at remembering stuff pertaining to our previously coordinated co-actors. And then a series of studies by Lakins and Stell showed that we don't even have to move ourselves to see these kinds of effects at work, and that people rated synchronously waving stick figures as more entitative, so more as part of a common group than as separate individuals. And this synchrony information was more important for those judgments than if the stick figures were the same size, same color, or wearing the same kinds of clothes. And in a second study, they then showed the same effects using videos of actual people waving in and out of time. Okay, so what groups together all of these different kinds of social consequences that we see post-synchrony? So we also know that people are more likely to cooperate with common group members. We trust our in-group members more likely to help them. We're better at engaging in joint action with in-group members and out-group members. We're more likely to conform to common group members, even if doing so kind of transgresses our own moral boundaries. And with the group reference effect, we also, with the self-reference effect, we also see a group reference effect, where we're just as good at remembering things pertaining to the in-group as we are to ourselves. So amongst all of these different kinds of social consequences that synchrony or coordination has, we also see all of these as kind of common consequences of identifying people as in rather than out group members. There's also some evidence for this in the different evolutionary explanations of synchrony. So as rhythmic coordination is prevalent amongst culture and time, a lot of people believe that it either has or once had some adaptive purpose. And looking at some of these different adaptive purposes that people have suggested, such as it being about displaying coalition strength from one group to another group, facilitating group living by increasing cooperation and cohesion, or communicating internal stability and allowing groups to better act collectively and establish relationships, we can see that these all share one common superordinate theme, and that is that rhythmic coordination serves to form or strengthen group ties between people, and that then in turn offers some group level adaptive advantages. Okay, so that's what I'm going to cover for the rest of this talk, and we're going to look at whether coordination's social effects could be due to people thinking of themselves and each other in common group terms following coordination. So whether coordination is acting as a vehicle for in-group identity adoption, and then everything else that we're seeing that follows is as kind of typical in-group, out-group effects. So first study was testing this hypothesis. So if increases in prosociality are to do with group identification, then we should only see them when people are coordinating with people who they don't already view as common group members. But these differences shouldn't necessarily be present if this hypothesis is correct, when people are coordinating with people who they already view as being a part of their in-group, a part of their own group. So to test this, we tested this in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. We had students from a single university there participate in an experiment, either with another student of the same nationality in the same university as themselves, or with somebody from a different university from a different country. We introduced them to each other. None of them knew each other before. We introduced them with a primed introduction, denoting this in or out group status amongst the pairs, and they were then asked to do a movement task. Half of the pairs did this movement task in phase, the other half did a matched, uncoordinated version of the task. They were each moving joysticks. In the in-phase condition, they were asked to move joysticks horizontally from left to right in an in-phase way, replicating two dots moving in phase. In the uncoordinated version, while one person was moving side to side, the other person was doing circular movements, and they were doing so to different speeds. So they were moving in phase together or in a completely uncoordinated way, also doing different movements. Okay, so after doing that, people were asked to play an economic game called a public goods game, where people are given 10 tokens and they're asked completely privately to split those tokens up between two accounts in any way that they like. They can put tokens into a public account where they get points and their partner also gets points, or into a private account where they reap all the benefits and their partner gets nothing. And then whichever of them got the most points at the end of that were put into a prize draw to win 1 month's free rent. we found that amongst the outgroup pairings, we saw more tokens donated to the public part, more cooperation post-coordination. However, there was no significant difference amongst those pairings that already considered each other as common group members. And the outgroup coordination also rose, outgroup cooperation, sorry, also rose to about the same level as we saw amongst in-groups. However, it's not the case that, even though Malaysian and English people are different groups, they're not necessarily kind of opposing groups in any way. So we next wanted to ask whether coordination could be used as a vehicle to reduce stereotyping, prejudice, and discrimination when people are from actual opposing groups, when that outgroup is a disenfranchised group. So this next study was done in Hungary, all native Hungarian participants, and this time the outgroup were Roma individuals. We chose the Roma as these were a particularly salient outgroup in Hungary. Two quotes which I think summarize this quite well. One from Jobbik, which is the second biggest political party in Hungary. There are two ways to solve the gypsy problem. The first one is based on peaceful consent, and the second, radical exclusion. Our party wishes to offer one last chance to the destructive minority that lives here. If that agreement fails, then only the radical solution can follow. And the second, from Viktor Orban, the current Hungarian Prime Minister, migrants are like gypsies, but migrants are worse because they come from outside Hungary. So in this study, all of our participants were native Hungarian, and we measured their attitudes towards Roma migrants 1 week before they came into the lab. We measured explicit attitudes using the prejudicial attitudes measure and the Harvard explicit questions. So we had a comparison measure assessing how different people thought non-Roma Hungarians and Roma migrants were. So how different their values are, how differently they raise their children, that kind of stuff. We also had some directed stereotype questions assessing people's attitudes towards either group. So how hardworking are the Roma, how lazy are the Roma, how aggressive are the Roma, how much would you mind if a Roma person joined your close family in marriage? And we also measured empathy using the felt understanding measure. We then had an implicit association test as well, assessing people's implicit associations between Hungarian and Roma individuals and good or bad attributes using reaction times and error rates. People then came into the lab and they were asked to perform a walking intervention with a Roma individual where they spent 5 minutes walking in silence with a member of the Roma community. In the synchrony condition, they did this in synchrony, trying to land their footsteps at the same time, getting to the end of the hall, doing this little twirl, and then heading back down the hall. They did this for 5 minutes. The other half of the participants were asked to walk out of step and at different speeds to each other. For half of those trials, the participant was walking faster than the Roma person, for the other half slower than the Roma person. And then once they'd done that for 5 minutes, they went back into a different lab and they refilled in all of these explicit and implicit attitude measures. Okay, so we were looking at people's change scores over time from pre-intervention to directly following this walking intervention. We found that post-coordinated walking, people rated the Roma as less different to themselves, more alike themselves. We also saw this was driven by a significant decrease in how different they thought the Roma were. In the coordinated condition, no change in the control condition from 0. We saw the same thing for implicit attitudes. We saw a significant decrease in people's implicit associations between the Roma bad and Hungarian good pairings in the IAT. In the directed stereotypes measure, the pink bars pertain to people's attitudes and stereotypes towards the Roma, and the blue bars towards non-Roma Hungarians. We saw that people's negative stereotypes of the Roma decreased post-coordination, and this was driven by the coordinated, not the control condition, but we didn't see any differences for people's attitudes towards other non-Roma Hungarians. And empathy, we saw a significant increase in how much empathy people had towards the Roma post-coordination, again, driven by a significant change from 0 in the coordinated condition, no significant change from 0 in any of the other conditions. And what's a little bit different about this study from some of the others as well is that here we weren't just assessing people's attitudes towards the one Roma person that they'd walked in time with, but towards kind of the Roma group or collective as a whole. Okay, one problem with most of these studies is that we're having people coordinate, and then we're assessing how they behave on some behavioral or self-report measure directly after that coordination. So in this study, we wanted to have a look at how long those effects can persist after people leave the lab. So in this study, people came into the lab and they were introduced to an experimenter who they'd never met before, who was visiting from a different country. And they were just asked to perform a movement task. In study 1, they did the joystick task and the experimenter moved either in or out of sync with them. In the second study, we used the hove and rise and tapping task where people tapped in time to a metronome and the experimenter sat next to them and tapped either in or out of time with them. Following this, people were shown to a different lab and they were asked to fill in a bunch of different personality measures. The one we were actually interested in, this measure of de-individuation, assessed whether people kind of thought of their own identities in very individual ways or saw themselves more as part of a collective, as part of a group. Then 24 hours after people had taken part, they were emailed purportedly from the experimenter asking if they would be willing to give up an hour of their time to do another study for this experimenter online that was unpaid. We saw that people were around 3 to 4 times more likely to give up that hour to do that study and to see that study all the way to the end if they had moved in time with the experimenter than moved out of time with them. We also saw people were more likely to talk about their identities in de-individuated ways post-coordination. So they were more likely to rate themselves as group members and less like unique individuals. And this measure of de-individuation partly mediated the effect of coordination on helping. So in the final study I'm going to tell you about, we wanted to dig a little bit deeper into this way in which people's identities might change post-coordination. So in this study, we asked people to fill in the 20 statements or who am I test. This is where people are asked to self-generate 20 answers to the question, who are you or who am I? Half of the people did this after the coordinated version of the joystick task I showed you earlier, the other half the uncoordinated version. So originally, we were particularly interested in looking at the differences in how people were construing their identity in interdependent versus independent ways. So independent items are those ones pertaining to the self. So items like I am smart, moody, spiritual, or creative. Interdependent items are those items pertaining to other people or other social structures. So I'm Muslim, African, a mother, or a good friend. We had 2 independent coders who were blind to all of the study aims and conditions, code all of these items separately, had good iterative reliabilities between them, and then got rid of any items that they disagreed upon to try and claw back a bit of objectivity with the measure. We then did some analysis on the proportion of interdependent items following the coordinated versus the uncoordinated version of the task. And we saw that people were significantly more likely to describe their identity in interdependent ways post-coordination versus the uncoordinated version. But this could be to do with one of 2 different things. So this could be to do with an increase in people describing their identities in ways that relate to their close social relationships. So things like being a brother or a son or a friend, or those items that are more to do with kind of social structures and groups, broad social structures and groups, like being an atheist or a socialist. So we then had our coders go back and recode all of these items as yes, no for close social relationships and broad social constructs. We found there was significantly more broad social construct items post-coordination than control, but there was no significant difference in terms of close social relationships. We also did some Bayesian analysis, which showed that the null hypothesis was more likely than the research hypothesis for these close social relationships. So this suggests that this difference in this kind of increase in interdependent over independent items that we're seeing post-coordination is more likely to be driven by people construing their identity in terms of broad social constructs than in terms of close social relationships. So lastly, as we had all of this kind of rich self-generated quality or semi-qualitative data, we also wanted to dig around in the data a little bit more. So we did some emergent thematic analysis, which is where you have no kind of pre-guiding hypothesis about what you expect to find, and you just look for these naturally emergent patterns in the data. So we noticed 2 patterns in the data, one to do with mental states or metacognitions, so kind of thinking about thinking, items like I am created, I am open-minded, I'm sensitive. and also to do with items pertaining to romance or sex. So things like I am sexy, I'm bisexual, I'm a hopeless romantic. We then had our coders go through again and recode for the presence of each of these different items. We found for mental states and metacognitions, these items were less likely to come up post-coordination versus control. So people were less likely to be construing their identity in terms of mental states and metacognitions post-coordination. And for the sex and romance items, we found that they almost only occurred post-coordination. So people on the whole mostly only seem to be talking about their identities in terms of romance or sex. Post-coordination, we only saw one person talking about these items in the control condition. Okay, so to summarize, there's a lot of evidence that moving in time together has a broad array of different socio-cognitive effects. There's a lot of evidence now as well that these are much broader than typically pro-social effects, and these might be better thought of as pro-group than pro-social. There's also some evidence that coordination affects how we think about both ourselves and each other in these independent versus interdependent terms. And there's some evidence that this might be mediating the other socio-cognitive effects of coordination. And lastly, there's also some evidence now that coordination can foster better relationships between opposing groups or towards disenfranchised groups. I'd like to thank Martine Terjen, Natalie Sabans, and Gray Atherton for their help with this work, and you guys for listening.
I always want to leave time for an applause and it never comes. I'm sorry, but I would be applauding, and certainly everybody watching is applauding. You've got a couple of questions and I'm going to just jump straight into those. One from Baha Tongcheng, who says, super interesting talk, 2 questions. How, if at all, did you measure whether the coordinated group was indeed more coordinated in the Roma-Hungary study?
Yep, in the walking one, we measured it in a few different ways. We time-stamped all of the footfalls and we measured the proportion of steps that landed within 200 milliseconds of each other. And we also looked at the mean asynchrony across footfalls. And they indeed showed that the coordinated condition were a lot more tightly coordinated than the uncoordinated one. We also did some energy motion analysis where you split up the screen into 2 sections and look at the pixel change from one frame to another. And we saw that the whole body coordination was, again, a lot more coordinated in the coordinated condition than the uncoordinated one. We also did the same thing with the joystick tasks. We had 2 measures of coordination. We had how much overall coordination there was in each of the conditions, kind of not necessarily caring about drifting between in-phase and anti-phase. And we also measured the proportion of time people moved, particularly at in-phase minus a 20-degree bandwidth. And the same for the tapping one too. We did the proportion of taps within 50 milliseconds, I think, and the mean asynchronous.
We also have a second question from Bahar, which is, sorry, 1 second, I can't see my screen. So. Yeah, the second question from Bahar is more to the function of synchrony. Do you think the social effects are unique to bonding with the in-group, or could it be about social learning to increase chances of survival?
I'm not sure the 2 are mutually exclusive, to be honest. I think the former would probably lead to the latter, in that those groups that become more bonded and using these types of tools are more likely to survive. So yeah, I'm not sure that they're mutually exclusive, and I think both are probably going on.
And then Travis Wiltshire says, nice talk, Liam. One thing that I've been wondering about recently is whether these kinds of pro-social consequences might be influenced by the degree of embodiment or level of bodily activity of the synchronous activity. For example, a comparison between those who synchronize using only the joystick versus walking. So sort of this embodiment idea that I was mentioning in my talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely going on. And that's one of the problems, I think, in some of the earlier stuff we were doing, like finger tapping and moving joysticks. They're quite boring tasks that don't really involve a lot of stuff. We've recently, like you guys have been talking about, just moved to VR recently as well. So we're starting to have kind of much bigger setups now where people are doing more kind of engaging tasks. So yeah, I definitely expect that having that more full body and engaging task will foster greater degrees of effects.
Great. Well, with that, I will thank you for your time, Liam. Thank you for your great talk. and for complementing so nicely my stuff on muscular bonding. And we'll take that then to move on to our next speaker, Suzanne Dicker, who is going to be talking to us about synchrony in the real world, this time trying to connect brain and disciplines at the interface of science, art, and education. If that title doesn't make you want to listen, nothing will. Suzanne, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us from across the Atlantic. I'm sorry to make you wake up early. You don't look like you just woke up, so great job.
That's the fuzziness in my camera, I'm sure, if anything.
Yeah, I doubt that's the case, but thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your screens. I will be quiet and hand over to you.
Yeah. Thanks so much for inviting me to the Social Bridges. I'm super excited. I'm going to have to rewatch some of the stuff, especially in the morning, because of the time difference. So I'm sorry I missed and can't link to the talks that went just before me. Another disclaimer is that there's just because schools recently just closed here, so there's a bunch of kids coming in, and there might be some ruffle in the background. That's just, I guess, the nature of our situation right now. So I apologize if that distracts me or you at any moment. In any event, so these, let me see if this is advancing. Yeah, so these are scenes from what seems like a complete different universe. But still, though, I think it's probably true for most, if not all of us, that we see people face to face, probably in person, on a daily basis. And it's also still true that, and maybe even more true, because we can't really do a lot of in-person research, that as researchers, we know very little about how the human brain supports everyday social communication. Let alone outside of the laboratory environment. And this is, of course, true for both in-person and naturalistic virtual communication, right? So it raises, the recent situation has raised a lot of questions, obviously, about what is natural in the face-to-face interactions and what predicts successful communication through different means of communication. And this is probably in part because for decades, of course, we've been using a laboratory model of human cognition for good reason. You can run controlled experiments in quiet environments, et cetera. But we've also been assuming sort of that the same perceptual mechanisms apply to the lab as they do to these real world situations without often actually testing whether this is true. So as we know, the recent decade has seen effort in trying to start testing this laboratory model in real world situations. And in a recent paper, and many others have done the same, have proposed that this relationship between real world and lab research should be one of exploration and confirmation, right? Where they enter in dialogue with each other. And so to make such a real world neuroscience approach possible, I collaborate with artists, scientists, and educators in a series of hyperscanning projects. And in a lot of our projects, we use synchrony neurofeedback. So now, almost 10 years ago, my friend and collaborator, Matthias Oosterich, who's an interactive media artist, and I developed software setup with the Emotive headset, portable consumer grade EEG headset that allowed us to record EEG from multiple people at the same time. And then we translate the extent to which brain activity becomes coupled into different types of output. So here, for example, you see two heads merging in and out of each other as a function of how correlated the activity is between the two people. So this is a neurofeedback game where dyads can try to sync up their brainwaves, and then after 2 or 3 minutes, depending on when you set the timer, they can compare their sync score to people that went before them or after them, or they can try out different strategies to synchronize, kind of create their own conditions, so to speak. And so we're now streamlining this protocol, the software for public use in the Rhythms of Relating project, which should, it's in progress right now, but should be available soon. And this game and our other projects have proven pretty valuable for scientific outreach in science museums and festivals. Throughout the years, we've participated in the World Science Festival. We've done this at various Lowlands, American Museum of Natural History, et cetera. And it's also then enabled us, without much risk, so to speak, to test the viability of collecting data under more naturalistic circumstances. Like, can you actually get usable data out of this kind of situation, right? So I'm going to show you a couple of other projects that have the similar kind of approach, just to illustrate how, like, obviously, different ways in which you can visualize or sonify or, translate synchrony into something tangible. So in a compatibility eraser, for example, which is the brainchild of Lauren Silbert, who worked with Uri Hassan, synchrony is translated into the motor speed of a card that moves faster as synchrony increases and then slows down as it decreases. So here synchrony metaphorically fuels the compatibility eraser, right? And as you can imagine, it's really easy to get people to participate in these kinds of installations, but you can also see that they treat it as an amusement ride, right? So they're like moving their heads, they're laughing, et cetera, right? And so that, for anybody who's worked with EG, knows that it means that the data that is rendered here is fairly unusable. So in the mutual wave machine, we instead ask people to engage in face-to-face interaction for 10 minutes inside intimate capsule, which invites a more solemn approach to the interaction, so to speak. And people are immersed in light patterns that reflects their brain synchrony. So more light, alludes to the exhilaration of being able to connect to someone. And then it like strays into darkness and in the lack of synchrony. And so that kind of alludes to the fact that the frustration and the loneliness of trying to connect somebody but failing, right? That is very much a part of all our research as well. And so in some versions of the installation, people also see a real-time video image of themselves emerge behind the person that they're sitting opposite to. And that alludes to questions of what it really means to synchronize to others. Are you really connecting with the other person, seeing the other person, so to speak? Or are you actually projecting a mirror image of yourself onto the other, like looking for reflections, basically? So over 5,000 participants or so have participated in a mutual wave machine. And today I'm going to just show you some data that was recently published from the most controlled and and comprehensive data set from the Benaki Museum in Greece that was collected in 2016. And so here, half of the participants were explicitly told that more light means more brain synchrony, and half of the people were not. So these were blissfully naive participants who just walk into the museum, stand in line for an installation without actually really informing themselves what it's about, which is actually very common. I, go into theater and museums like that often also myself. And so that's like a bug that you can use as a feature in this kind of situations to very naturally create these two groups of people. And what we hypothesize is that this difference, like knowing that what the installation is supposed to do has to do something with the way you connect, actually makes people want to connect further, focus on the social interaction, and that would like increase their synchrony. And we also ask people questions about their social closeness, personality traits, and mental states. And obviously, we're dealing with less than suboptimal recording conditions, especially compared to the lab environment. And so even though that is definitely still true for the results, also we try to offset this both by collecting data from tons and tons of people, which also then allowed us to be very stringent and throw away tons and tons of data sets that didn't meet our criterion. And worked with Yoros Michalareas from Max Planck Institute in Frankfurt. And we used the synchrony metrics that are known to remove the common noise. So any kind of environmental noise would not factor into our synchrony metrics as much. So we find, for example, that social closeness predicts synchrony. So those pairs who reported higher social closeness also showed higher overall synchrony. We've seen the same for personality traits, especially, and this is a finding that we see consistently in our studies, is that personal distress fairly robustly predicts synchrony, where those people with low personal distress show more synchrony, possibly because they're less self-oriented. And then for mental states and contexts, we looked at changes over time, and we find that those pairs who remained more focused showed more synchrony in the second half of the experiment. And that the same is true for only the neurofeedback group. So those people who were really, who were told explicitly over and over again that what they were experiencing had something to do with them being on the same wavelength, so to speak. All of these projects also have, they have a scientific and an artistic component, but they also naturally come with an educational side, right? There's a setup phase where you can show participants, people from the general public who might not always themselves come to the lab. You can show them their brainwaves in real time. You can teach people all sorts of things in a very intuitive way, like this is maybe not a mind reading device. And we can't really use your EEG synchrony to give you advice about whether you should get married or divorced, right? Like the reverse inference is a very, people want this, but it's a challenge and a good challenge, I think, for us as scientists and educators to try to, still give people the feeling that they're experiencing in something valuable while not quote unquote lying to them about what you're doing can tell them, right? So we've expanded this approach beyond dyads to groups and also beyond the laboratory walls into the classroom, where we used the classroom as our real world lab because we're interested in teaching. And I think Ido Davidescu, who's coming after me, is going to talk much more about that side of our line of work. But it's also a very highly social environment, so that's great. And I'm sure you will fondly or not remember the social aspects of being in a high school classroom. And it also has some natural similarities to the lab, right? So classes are typically governed by a sequence of predetermined activities. And students are also used to being told to sit still and shut up, which is great for EEG data collection. So concretely, we partnered with Trevor Day School, a high school in Manhattan. And then at the beginning of the school year, students received a crash course in neuroscience. They learned how to use EEG headsets. They helped with the design where possible. And so this had advantages for us as well. They could assist in the setup. We had very limited time, so that was great. And they also felt ownership over the project, right? Like they were the best subjects we've ever had because they felt like they were themselves, doing their own study. And then in the second part of the year, students carried out their own research projects under the guidance of Ido and a team. And I don't know if he's going to talk maybe more also about like some of the educational efforts that we have. In total, we collected this data from 2 schools and 12 students and a teacher in each school. And we repeated data collection throughout the semester. So we came in multiple times using the same protocol of instructional activities. And in the first school, also some baseline conditions like facing the wall, ERP controls. Actually, the facing the walls in both schools. And then we quantified brain-to-brain synchrony, in this case, as coherence between pairs of students during different teaching activities, and then correlated that with factors relating to classroom engagement and social dynamics. So for example, we asked kids how much they enjoyed each class activity, and then unsurprisingly, we find that they're into watching videos and group discussions, but they're not so into, the very classic old school teaching way that really doesn't really happen anymore, at least in American classrooms as much, where teachers just read from their notes. And what is more interesting for us is, in fact, is that that we find that this pattern is replicated in the neural synchrony. So kids are more synchronized with each other during videos than during lectures consistently. We also find that the extent that the student synchrony with the rest of the group was correlated with how much they liked the teacher. And so that's both the case for student-to-student synchrony and student-to-teacher synchrony, with how focused they felt on a given day, with their social personality, how much they like being in a group, and again, with their personal distress, right? So as in a mutual wave machine, we again see a negative correlation with personal distress in the sense that those people who are less personal distress show more synchrony. So we find that class appreciation, teacher-like ability, focus, social closeness, empathy, and group affinity also all predict brain synchrony. But we still owe mechanistic explanation as to how these forms of engagement all might modulate neural synchrony. It would be great if there were some overarching, or maybe better if there were different, metrics or things that together predict our metric. And we think in this case that shared attention is a good candidate. However, of course, shared attention is a fairly broad construct, right? So to really get working hypothesis going, you might want to unpack the social situation a little bit further. And so one way to think about this is to really go back to what the situations are like. So each person comes to a social interaction with their own personality traits, neural architecture, mental states, and priors about the situation. And then the similarity with others in each of these, we know can already predict interbrain synchrony or coupling even in the absence of any social communication, right? We know this from resting state studies in fMRI, for example. And we also know that from lab studies that the same is true for external stimuli ranging from tones to movement, right? Like our entrainment to a stimulus predicts our synchrony with each other very naturally. And so maybe for more relevant for our purposes is how social behavior then, which can help establish a common ground, can also affect synchrony and possibly indirectly or directly social closeness, right? In what mediates what in these contexts. So now you can study each of these components separately and ask whether they might independently predict synchrony. So to give an example, in our school data, the teacher is an exogenous stimulus with temporal structure. And if kids aren't engaged, there's no neural entrainment with the teacher's speech. So they're also, there's no reason for their brain activity to be similar. And thereby, as kind of collateral damage, so to speak, there's also not going to be any asynchrony between the kids. In the teacher's dream world, perhaps all the kids are super engaged and their brain waves are super locked to their speech. But we know that, and they're thereby also in perfect, harmony with each other, or synchronized with each other. But in the real world, obviously, there's individual variation, right? So some kids are going to be more engaged than others. And so that might predict some of the variation that we see as a function of individual differences in focus, personality, and engagement. So different social situations then allow us to test these different boxes, perhaps, of the schematic, ranging from different classroom situations or the mutual wave machine, team interactions. We recently done a study with Diego Reinero, for example, but we also study psychotherapy and adult-child interactions in low SES and bilingual families, as well as autism spectrum disorder. So for example, together with the Sackler Institute and with Northwestern University, we've explored how social situations in ASD can affect synchrony. We record EEG and video from adult-child interactions, comparing kids with ASD to typically developing children, but also varying things about the context of the interaction, right? Like we compare caregiver-child interactions to clinician-child interactions while they're engaging with an object or while there's social engagement and there's no toy present. So that's on the bottom, you can see an example of these. And so we see that both eye gaze and interbrain synchrony increases for social engagement compared to object engagement. So you remove the toy, there's more synchrony. And this increase is stronger for a caregiver, right? So a difference between the caregiver and a clinician is most visible in a social interaction. And this difference is stronger for typically developing kids than for kids with ASD. So the effect of removing the object from the scene is stronger for typically developing kids. And this is preliminary data, I have to emphasize. And so what this means is that studying the social disorder in a social context, it matters who you talk to. And it's not just for disorders, obviously, it's also for us, for real world situations. So like see, like typically developing kids show these same effects. It matters who you talk to, and matters what you do, and it matters who you are, right? And so to think about the latter, it's very only sensible that the neural architecture will also influence synchrony indirectly, right? So if we're doing interbrain coupling, often we tend to only report on the synchrony effects and forget about the like possible individual variation or differences, or think about how these might affect the brain. But I know that there's been talks that I need to watch again about these kinds of differences. So people are carefully thinking about this for sure. So in our case, to go back to the neurofeedback that we're doing, so one natural next step is to try to think about how maybe neurofeedback can help improve social communication. And so there's, basically two strains, like, can we find the magical metric of synchrony that make people intuitive, that's intuitive enough to people to be like, oh, this is kind of what I need to do to synchronize and therefore improve my communication. But also we've seen that just the mere presence of this kind of environment helps people focus on the social interaction. And so for autism spectrum disorder, for example, we know that there are, more possibly more engaged through computer-based interventions than face-to-face interventions. So maybe this is one thing that they would think is fun to help them with social interaction. We've also developed group-based neurofeedback installations. So here you can see a social network that is kind of, forming and deforming in time. And we've used this mostly in artistic context, but it also helps us to really think about, through visualization, really think about, okay, what are we actually measuring in these group interactions? Like, what does similarity mean, right? Like, if you see this orange hub, is that the person who's the leader of the team, or is he really just the common denominator, right? And do you really kind of want to be the pink one on the side, like the one who's the outlier, and maybe at some point, being the leader or the diverger? So like, that's one of the ways in which we're trying to, like, especially engage the general public in helping us think through some of the ideas. We've developed installations around group synchrony where people can play around with their soundscape. So there's sound to this, but that's like very disturbing for talking. And they can play around with, creating, drawing their social network on the floor, so to speak. And we've also started working with dance companies around thinking through synchrony and drawing, for example, taxonomy of synchrony. So our collaboration here with ICK Amsterdam culminated in a research performance experiment, so to speak, at the Ballet National de Marseille last year, where two dancers, and here you do hear the sound, where performed an audio-visual dialogue with their own motion synchrony. And you can see the visuals are pulled together, and that's as a function of brain synchrony in the audience. So they're dancing with their own bodies and with the audience synchrony. One very useful side of the collaborations with the dancers has also been to try to together come up with a taxonomy or a vocabulary around synchrony from people who are very professional joint action people, and the ways that we think about it in our sciences. So establishing forms of synchrony, especially the notion of simultaneity versus togetherness, which is very intuitive, like doing something together or at the same time. But it's actually really hard for dancers to do this on cue. Now do something together, or now do something simultaneous. Now do something together, but not at the same time. It's actually really difficult. And we're also often, I think, in our metrics, or thinking about like ways to measure synchrony, struggling with ways to distinguish togetherness from simultaneity, for example. Synchrony units, what are you actually synchronizing with? Is it the music? Is it the other body? And vehicles, anticipation and resonant, closeness, distance, tuning, feedback, shared attention. And then we can ask whether these constructs might map onto different types of interbrain synchrony or different metrics. And so to just give an example, in the mutual wave machine, we're finding a systematic pattern where behavior and personality predicts projected power correlations around 6 or 7 hertz, and imaginary coherence around 20 hertz. And the two are also related. So those pairs who are more synchronized in lower frequencies are also more synchronized in imaginary coherence. So this pattern can be explained within this shared attention fairly straightforwardly, I think, where if you're in an interaction with somebody, you're never going to be fully on like high attention mode for the entire duration of an interaction, right? Like it fluctuates. You go in and out of paying full attention. And that's also true for the person you are interacting with. So then if, it kind of follows that the more these cycles co-occur, the higher your low frequency power correlations are going to be. And therefore, there's also possibly more windows of opportunity, so to speak, to create shared intent internal models or to engage in joint action, which might cause increase in synchrony in the higher frequencies. So these and other metrics are now available to test in HiPipe, which is the hyperscanning Python pipeline, which is developed under the supervision of Guillaume Dumas, kind of the king, I think, of our field, and spearheaded by the heroic efforts of Anaël and Florence and Phoebe. And I had the honor to be able to watch along and ride along on this. And the pipeline allows you to preprocess your data. It's not necessary. You can also pull preprocessed data into the pipeline, computes different kinds of intra and interbrain connectivity metrics, runs statistics, and visualize results. And this is a joint effort with, well, you guys also, if you want. We invite your input. It's a public effort. Anyway, so this, speaking of public efforts or group efforts, community efforts, and these are just some of the faces of the fantastic people that I've had the honor to work with over the years and be inspired by. So any good ideas are theirs, and any, silly things or dumb things I said are entirely my own, so to speak. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And there was absolutely nothing that you said that wasn't incredibly inspiring and interesting. And as an artist, I have to say, I'm blown away with the way you've managed to put these two worlds together. I am in awe. So thank you very much for what was just an incredibly elegant and eloquent way of leading us through the way you've managed to make much more ecological models of group coordination. And I think the way you transition from the diet into the group is just incredibly smooth. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do have one quick question, which, obviously the benefit of some of the installations that you presented is their ecological validity. But I do have a question about this feedback idea, right? So in some of our sensory synchronization tasks, we play around with whether or not people have feedback. And it sort of relates to the talk I gave earlier, which I know you didn't get to see.
Yeah, I will though.
Yeah. The idea is that it gives you more access, so to speak, to not only your self-related actions, but also the composite of your and other actions. So it really boosts that self and other content, which we don't necessarily always have, right? So it's ecological in some ways, but in others, I wonder whether, and maybe this is why it's so pertinent for the work with autism spectrum disorder, is that, you maybe are boosting signals that are not otherwise there. But I'd love to hear more about what you think about what this feedback is doing.
Yeah, so we want to really shy away from saying that, like as I said, like the feedback is targeted, right? Like, because, for example, we also compare sham and non-sham conditions, and that doesn't really matter. If you give them fake feedback in the metric that we used, or real feedback, it's really about whether they believe that they're entering this space. I hear you completely about the naturalistic environment about this. Like, there's, in a way, you could argue nothing naturalistic about going into this space together and then, and wearing headsets, et cetera, but people do, after a little while, seem to forget, well, not forget about the interaction, but they do go into like naturalistic interactions. We do think that the feedback can be, like in the case, for example, of having a screen next to you, the two heads merging in and out of each other, that's actually disturbing, right? In a sense, like what are you going to look at? Are you going to look at the screen, or are you going to focus on each other? And so that we just naturally arrived at, like, you have to have it all around you so that you can still look at the person in front of you. But then what happens when it's dark? Then you don't see each other. So then you have to experiment with lights, for example, that people still see each other. So we're really struggling with what mode of feedback might actually be the most natural, both in the way of not distracting like from the actual conversation, or and in the and that it might actually be enhancing. So yeah, I don't have a really good answer to that right now. Like maybe it has to be haptic. So some people are working with haptic types of feedback, so that I don't know, maybe you receive a snuggle if you're like a haptic, thing, that if you're synchronizing. We're playing with sonification in our installations. That works really well, where people can play, with movement and sounds and visuals. But that's a lot of non-verbal interaction than if you're letting people move around freely. But then people have a really much harder time linking sound to their to synchrony than linking visuals to synchrony, right? Like it's, for some reason, we're less trained, I guess, to do so. And we see that people create very cacophonous soundscape. Then I'm like, how can you like, anyway, yeah, how do you still feel comfortable with this? Like, why do you not stop and try to like synchronize? But they don't. So I don't have a good answer for you.
That was exactly right.
Right? Yeah.
No, but you mentioned two things that were so perfectly on my mind. While you were speaking, it was great. It was like we were in sync, which is that, in both music performance and in dance, you do actually get some of this feedback. You talked about haptic feedback, and obviously the paper I mentioned by Chauvigny, where they have the dancers holding hands or not. And so you have this haptic contact, which tells you, I'm here, you're here, but also it gives you some indication as to where they're going to move at what speed and so on and so on. So I think, I actually do think that a lot of what you do is ecologically valid. It was just sort of this idea that in some ways you're boosting what might not necessarily always be, available or accessed. So it's something towards also this idea of attention, right? So you might not have it in the focus of your attention at all times. Obviously, when you're a performer, you do more of that, right? You are more aware of a lot of these cues because it's so pertinent to that more kind of precise performance. But you were perfectly on target, perfect, exactly.
I wanted to, if I can say, I know that we're probably on time, but one thing, so what I find very interesting with the dance group is, for example, is that they use, they don't use music as much as their cues as in traditional dance. You might see then, because then you don't have, like if you have like Tchaikovsky or something, you can just, they know what they need to do. They don't need to have pay attention to each other as much. But in like a lot of modern dance, that's not true. And so they use their breath to focus on. And I feel like, and I've always, and so I think that they were like, as non-dancers probably using, like I'm subconsciously using those kinds of cues possibly as well, not as much as in dance, but it's interesting. Anyway, I just wanted to say,
no,
so it's not just
I completely agree. And I was going to mention something similar. And in a paper I wrote with Mathieu Galotti and Chris Frith, we talk about the distinction between different forms of dance, tango and salsa, as two opposites in terms of how much of that, that information you actually need and use to coordinate adaptively and reciprocally. But on that note, we're going to change over to our next speaker. Thank you again, Suzanne, for your talk and your time, and for waking up early for us. And your kids didn't make any noise at all, so you can get them like
they did, but it's good that you didn't hear.
Okay, so they get brownies. And we'll welcome Ido Davidesco, who is our next speaker. And obviously, Suzanne has done a nice job of hopefully introducing some of what you're going to talk about today. And so without further ado, because your slide's already up and I can see you and hear you, it's over to you. Thank you so much.
Great. Hello. Good morning or good afternoon, depending where you are. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So yeah, I don't need much introduction after Suzanne's talk. I'll focus on the link between brain-to-brain synchrony and classroom learning, specifically learning in small groups of students. So just to summarize some of the studies that Suzanne already described that we've done in classrooms, in the first study that was published in 2017, we followed a group of 12 high school biology students throughout an entire semester, and were able to demonstrate that the degree of synchrony between students is predictive of how engaged students are. Were students who were more engaged in activities like lectures and watching instructional videos showed higher synchrony with their peers. And brain synchrony was also predictive of social closeness between students, where pairs of students who reported feeling closer to one another showed higher synchrony, and that also relates nicely to the talk that we heard yesterday from Caroline Parkinson, sorry. And then in the follow-up study that was published more recently with Dana Bevilacqua and others, we extended this framework to student-to-teacher synchrony. So here we measured not only the students, but also the teacher. Clearly, this is more challenging because the teacher is speaking and moving, and that introduces noise to the EEG data. But nonetheless, we were able to show that student-to-teacher brain synchrony is also predictive of student engagement and social closeness. Here, social closeness is the degree of closeness between students and teachers. However, one big question that remains is, what about learning? So do students learn better when their brains are in sync? And that's the main question that I'll address today. And the reason that this question is important is because there are some mixed results regarding learning outcomes and brain synchrony in the literature. So in the Bevilacqua et al. Study, we actually did not observe a significant link between either student-to-student or student-to-teacher brain synchrony and learning outcomes. So the students were given a quiz at the end of each lesson, and there was no significant link between their performance on the quiz and their brain synchrony. However, in another study by Cohen et al., mind you that was not a classroom-based study, but rather students watching instructional videos individually. And over there seemed to be a significant association between synchrony across students and their performance on a test. So we found this discrepancy to be intriguing, and we decided to investigate it a bit further in a study that we recently conducted with Emma Laurent and Henry Valk, where we measured small groups of 4 students in a simulated laboratory classroom. Overall, we had a larger sample of 31 students, larger than what we've used before in classrooms. The students here were not high school students, but rather college students. These were primarily psych students, and the content that they were taught was biology or chemistry related. So they had very limited prior knowledge about this topic. We wanted to assess their learning very systematically. So we brought them in the lab a week before the EEG session to take a pretest. And then during the EEG session, they went through a sequence of 4 mini lectures, again, on different topics in biology and chemistry. And immediately after each lecture, they took the same test that was administered a week before. And the same test was also administered a week later to look at delayed retention. So here are the behavioral results. So we first wanted to make sure that students indeed learned from these mini lectures, and it seems that they had. So as I mentioned, students had very limited knowledge about this topic. So at the pretest, they scored rather poorly at around 40%. And then immediately after each lecture, there was a highly significant increase in their content knowledge to around 70–75%, which for the most part sustained a week later with some decline, which is expected. But the main measure that we were interested at was the difference between the delayed post-test and the pre-test. And this delta is what we call learning gains. And the reason that we focus on the delayed post-test is that in education, we want to generate changes that sustain over time, right? We want students to do well, not only in an immediate test, but also be able to use their knowledge over time. So the question here is, can we predict learning gains based on brain synchrony across students? But we also considered other potential predictors. We looked at self-reported engagement. So immediately after each lecture, we also ask students to rate how engaged they were during the lecture on a scale from 1 to 7, where 7 was highly engaged and 1 was not engaged at all. So we had this self-reported engagement that we also included in previous studies. Another measure that we looked at was intra-brain synchrony. So we used the same across-brain synchrony, which is circular correlation in this case, to measure intra-brain synchrony. So by intra-brain synchrony, I mean the synchrony across different EEG electrodes within an individual brain. And the reason that this predictor is interesting is because we don't yet know what is the added value of looking across brains compared to just looking at individual brains. So we wanted to see whether learning can be better predicted by looking across brains compared to looking just at individual brain measures. So these are the 3 predictors that we looked at: self-reported engagement, intra-brain synchrony, and across-brain synchrony. And while I take a sip of water, I would like you to think, what pattern of results would you predict? So which one of these 3, of course there can be more than one, would be a significant predictor of learning gains in this study? Okay, so here are the results. So in terms of self-reported engagement, based on prior research, we hypothesized that how engaged students are during a lecture should predict how well they learn, but surprisingly, there was only a non-significant trend in the data. And that raises questions regarding metacognition, regarding how aware or how accurately students can report their level of engagement, and I'm happy to discuss that later. With intra-brain synchrony, there was no significant association whatsoever with learning gains. However, brain-to-brain synchrony across students highly significantly predicted to what extent students retained information over time. Well, students who showed stronger synchrony with other students in the room also learned more information and were able to retain this information over time. And we included these 3 predictors in a single multi-level model, and were able to show that brain-to-brain synchrony predicted learning above and beyond what can be learned from self-reported engagement and individual brain measures. We also looked at, in addition to intra-brain synchrony, we looked at other measures like overall power in different bands of the EEG signal, and the results were the same, where brain synchrony was the only significant predictor of learning under these circumstances. I should also say that these results correspond to the alpha band, that is EEG activity in the 8 to 12 hertz band. But we also looked at other frequency bands, and alpha band was the only frequency band that significantly predicted learning, again, looking at brain-to-brain synchrony. And we can explain that in different ways. One potential explanation is that it has to do with signal to noise. Alpha, as many of you I'm sure know, is the strongest signal in EEG. So that might be one reason. Another reason is that alpha has been associated across many studies in the past with attention. As Suzanne already mentioned, we think that brain-to-brain synchrony might capture variation in shared attention. And when students pay attention and show shared attention with others, perhaps they can also learn information better. So that might be another explanation to this pattern of findings. But we wanted to take that a step further. So far, I only talked about brain synchrony across the entire duration of, let's say, a 7-minute lecture. But can we say anything about the variation of brain synchrony within a lecture? So as we know, EEG has good temporal resolution. Can we extract any meaningful information about how brain synchrony unfolds over time? So what I didn't tell you yet is that in this post-test that we had immediately after each lecture, as well as a week before and a week after, there were 10 multiple choice questions per topic. And each question corresponded to a different segment of the lecture. So what we did was, for each test question, we went back to the lecture transcript and identify the specific time window at which the teacher provided critical information to answer that question. So for example, this question was about bipedalism and adaptation to different ecosystems. So we were able to identify the specific segment of the lecture, in this case between these time points, where the teacher provided the critical piece of information that students needed to answer that question. Now, since these lectures were given live to multiple groups of students, we had to repeat this process for each group of students. The lectures were consistent, but of course they were not produced the same way each time. But regardless, for each test question, we identified a specific segment of the lecture, and now we could compute brain synchrony rather than throughout the entire lecture. We could compute brain synchrony specifically for this time window, as well as the time windows of the other test questions. And the finding here was that alpha band brain-to-brain synchrony was significantly higher for questions where students showed learning, that is, questions that they answered incorrectly in the pre-test and correctly in the post-test, compared to questions where students did not demonstrate learning, that is, questions where their answers did not change between the pre and the post-test. And I think that this finding is important because it suggests that brain synchrony can also provide us with temporal information and be used to make specific predictions about how students retain information from, in this case, lectures, in the future, perhaps from other teaching activities as well. So far, I only focused on student-to-student brain synchrony, but you might wonder about student-to-teacher brain synchrony and its linkage with learning. Since the teacher here was the speaker and the students only listened to these lectures, we predicted, based on consistent with prior research, that perhaps the teacher's brain activity would precede students' brain activity. Just due to the fact that, again, the teacher was the speaker and the students were the listeners. However, we also considered the opposite. So we considered time lags where students' brain activity would precede the teacher, perhaps trying to make predictions of what the teacher is about to say. And we know that this process of anticipation, of making predictions, is really important in human communication. Probably as I'm speaking, you're already making predictions about what I'm about to say or show you in the next slide. So for each time lag between the student and the teacher, we recomputed student-to-teacher synchrony and correlated it with learning gains. And that's what I'm showing you here. So this graph shows the correlation between student-to-teacher synchrony and learning gains as a function of the temporal lag between students and teachers. So negative values correspond to the teacher preceding the student, and positive values correspond to the student preceding the teacher. And as you can see, student-to-teacher brain synchrony best predicted learning when adjusting for a roughly 200 millisecond time lag between students' brain activity and teachers' brain activity. And that, if you think about the time course that it takes our brain to process language, that or speech, that that makes sense, that it took the students perhaps 200 milliseconds or so to align with the teacher's brain activity in order to best predict learning. So that was the case overall across all 32 EEG channels that we had in this study, but we also wanted to look at how this effect perhaps varies across different locations. And in this topographical map, each EEG electrode is color-coded based on the temporal lag between the student and the teacher that produce the best prediction of student learning. So blue corresponds again to teacher preceding the student, and yellow correspond to student preceding the teacher. And you see that most electrodes are blue. As I just showed you, overall, the teacher's brain activity came in first in order to produce the best prediction of learning. However, you can see that intriguingly, central and frontal electrodes show the opposite pattern, where the correlation between student to teacher synchrony and learning peaked when the student's brain activity preceded the teacher. And this is actually consistent with some work from Uri Hassan's lab on speaker-listener brain coupling or brain synchrony, where frontal cortex was shown to perhaps engage in this process of generating predictions about what the speaker is about to say. And synchrony in these frontal regions was found to best predict comprehension of a story that people were listening to during a functional MRI brain scan. So in the remaining time, I'd like to very briefly tell you about where we're going to take this research next. So in this study, I focused on lectures, but as an education researcher, I care a lot about active learning and about how students learn collaboratively in groups. And the reason that this question is important is that we know based on prior research that overall collaborative learning is more effective than individual learning, but we don't really have a good understanding yet about how and why collaborative learning works. And furthermore, we know that sometimes collaborative learning can be ineffective. Sometimes even highly capable individuals, when they're placed in groups, they fail to work together effectively. And the question of why do some groups succeed and some fail is really important both within education as well as other fields. And I feel that this notion of brain synchrony can provide some important insights about collaborative learning in classrooms. So to start asking questions about that, we conducted another study that was clearly pre-COVID and hence the lack of social distance between the students. So here we collected EEG data from 4 high school students, and unlike the previous study that I described, the students were not passively listening to a lecture or watching a video, but rather engage in a group task. In this case, they were given different materials and were asked to construct a model of a cell. And I'm going to show you a very brief video just to illustrate how that experiment looked like.
So, oh my God, we fully have to this is the endoplasmic reticulum, these are the ribosomes. This is the nuclear membrane, this is the nucleus.
HE Bio is getting next year, oh my God.
Wait.
Yeah, so, I know, I'm doing that for a reason.
Yeah, so as you can tell, the students were speaking to one another, they were manipulating objects. Quite interestingly, in this video specifically, the 2 female students were clearly in the lead and the 2 male students seemed less engaged. Many interesting questions to look at. It's a very rich data set. We have video data. We transcribed all these conversations between students. This is still ongoing. I don't have brain synchrony data to share with you just yet, but very briefly, we already coded all these videos and Interestingly, at about 15% of the time, the students seem to be idle, so seem to be not engaged in the task, at least from the outside. And clearly with EEG, we can also start asking questions about how cognitively engaged they were in this task, even when they seem to be disengaged. In about 12% of the time, 13%, they seem to be completely off task. And here's one example. So this is a transcript of a student conversation where they start by talking about the task. So they talk about endoplasmic reticulum and whether they should add ribosomes to their figure. But then the student here, made a comment about how tired she is, and that really derails the conversation. And this is an interesting moment in time because it reflects a switch between on-task and off-task interaction. Perhaps this switch can explain why this group was more or less effective in completing the task. And the next step here would be to incorporate the brain synchrony data. And as I hinted before, we hope to not only look at brain synchrony overall across the entire duration of this activity, but also look at a temporal variation, at how brain synchrony unfolds over time. One prediction based on our previous research is that perhaps moments of high brain synchrony would be characterized by high joint engagement of the students, whereas moments of low synchrony would be characterized by low engagement of students. But this is exciting because it's a data-driven approach and we don't really know yet what we're going to find. So with that, I would like to thank everyone who were involved in these different studies, and also thank you for your participation. And I also want to say that I'm recruiting a PhD student for next year. So if you have any good candidates, please send them my way. And I'm happy to take any questions now.
Thank you so much for your talk. And yes, I would highly recommend anybody, if I didn't already have my hands full, I would be applying for your studentship because the work you're doing is obviously incredibly important for us all, so that we can make progress in how we educate one another. I have a host of questions as usual. I probably should invite people I'm less interested in their work because then I'd talk less. But I don't know where to start. I suppose one of the first questions that comes to mind is you make this distinction binary-wise between on and off task. And I'm just wondering, because I assume from a learning perspective that you actually need variation between on and off task. I don't think you learn necessarily when you're always on. So that's one of the questions I have, and maybe you can have a stab at that first.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And in fact, I just published an opinion paper about this topic with some colleagues in life sciences education. And yeah, this is definitely not a dichotomy, it's rather a continuum. And what I think makes it even more interesting is that even when students seem to be on task, they can be on task in different ways. They can be either physically on task by manipulating objects, they can be verbally on task by just speaking about the task, or they can be both. And clearly identifying when students are on or off task is quite challenging. It's not a clear cut at all. There were some instances that were easily identifiable, like this moment in time where, AH declared that she's so tired, but in other moments, it's unclear to what extent students are on or off task. So that's a challenge from a methodological perspective, but it also, I think, adds to the richness of this data. And the hope is that now we can use not only video data and perhaps analysis of student conversations, but also start to use EEG data to gain insights into this complex transition between on and off task.
Perfect. We have a question from Travis Wiltshire, who I'll just springboard into. He says, really fascinating work. How do we go about deriving the meaning of interbrain synchrony? I know you mentioned this example of high engagement. Are there other types of synchronous states? And that's not my words, these are Travis's.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can fully answer this question. I don't think that we yet have a good understanding of the mechanism of synchrony. So we know that at the most basis level, it's probably generated by stimulus entrainment. So having a shared input is important. But based on the data that I just shared with you and Suzanne and others throughout this conference, it seems that attention plays an important role. It seems that social closeness plays an important role as well. So clearly it's a complex phenomena with multiple facets. And that's why I feel that this data-driven approach where we start from the EEG data and then go back to the video can be informative, because we don't really have enough information to necessarily generate all these different hypotheses, but and then letting the data tell the story might be a good strategy. Of course, then we can use these to generate new predictions and test them in more controlled ways. Yeah, but I think
it is the question, is it not? What does interbrain synchrony mean, right? That is the question.
That's $1 million question.
It is, it is. There is another question, perhaps $1 million, on the YouTube link, and it says, this is from Hainhuni Lee. In your previous study, I remember not significant differences in interbrain synchrony between the video to discussion condition, or both being high. How do you interpret the difference of the brain-to-brain sync and its driving factor?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that question refers to the study that Suzanne described earlier, the 2017 Kern Biology paper, where indeed synchrony across students was pretty much as high. At least there was no statistically significant difference between discussions and videos. However, this comparison is tricky because the input is so different, right? I just mentioned that stimulus entrainment probably plays an important role. And with video, where you have both visual and audio input, they're highly, they have very clear temporal structure. That can, by itself, can produce very high synchrony just due to bottom-up stimulation. So this comparison between discussions, which are more open-ended, and to videos, this comparison is tricky. I'm actually more interested now that we feel a bit more comfortable with this idea of bringing EEG into classrooms. As I mentioned, I'm more interested in focusing on discussions alone and asking questions about what is happening during discussions or other group activities.
So, but these transition moments and so on, which sort of brings us to a close, and where I will use this moment, first of all, to thank you, Ido, for your talk and for answering all our questions and inspiring us to try and better understand how we learn through interbrain coupling. And I will use it also as a springboard to tell everybody that in about half an hour, we get a chance to get our coffee, our tea, or something to eat. Before we start our first workshop on quantifying coordination. We've seen it at a neural level, we've talked about it at a behavioral level. Now let's try and solve some of those $1 million questions, some of these topics that have come up. How we, first of all, engage in coordination. How do we start up a coordinative experience? How does that get maintained over time? How do we become uncoupled? If you want to answer some of these questions with us, join us in about half an hour's time. I hope you will as well. But I just want to thank you all for your attention for this session, for our great speakers, and we'll see you at 4 o'clock CET.
Hello.
Hi, Travis.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. And you?
I'm all right. I'm good. I should say I'm very well. I'm very well. I'm superbly well.
You pulled off a nice transition when people couldn't hear you for your talk. And you got a flood of messages, I assume, of everyone.
Floods of messages I wasn't seeing because I was so in the moment.
Yeah.
Oh well. I just got to rehearse. You see my first few slides a few times.
Oh.
I can hear Wayne in the background, but I'm not sure he knows he's in the background.
You pulled off a nice transition.
Ah, somebody has their YouTube on.
Yeah, that's me. I'm trying to, sorry.
Sorry, I need to just quickly close the door. I'll be right back.
Там профессор Дюрнер рассказывает.
Рассказывает?
То есть будет держать презентацию?
Нет.
How many people are we expecting in this?
It's supposed to be a lot in that we had, I think, over 20 people registered. We'll see how many people actually connect.
Okay.
Is the sound quality okay? I'm not plugged in with my mic right now.
I can hear you just fine. Yeah.
Perfect. So then we'll just go with that. I don't have to hold this stupid thing. Hi, Mington.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hey, I'm back. I'm awake.
Yay, you're back. It's like being home.
Yes.
I'm so sorry it's so early for you.
It's
This
okay.
is slightly better, I suppose.
Yeah, it's slightly better than yesterday. Half an hour makes a big difference.
I know, doesn't it, right?
It's not even 7 yet in California. Oof.
Hi.
Hi, Pedro. Nice
How
to
are
meet you.
Nice
I've
to
only
meet you,
seen
Mama.
your video, so this is you in the flesh almost.
Yes, it's me, alive in colors.
Oh, it's exciting. Technicolor and everything.
Yeah, my colleague and co-author Jomil will also join us in a few moments. Okay.
Fantastic. Yeah, we are just going to hang out and chat until we have congregated a good group of people, and people can then obviously join in as their schedule permits. I have only very little in way of guidance for this workshop, so we will dynamically move together and figure out what it is we want to accomplish.
Okay, tell me something. What do you expect from me here?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I will reveal all shortly, but the hope is that we have varied expertise here. We have so just right now that I know of, Travis has obviously worked in teams. But I think smaller teams than you deal with, for example. And I think that Mungsen has looked at up to 8 people in your work. So you really are the person with the most expertise with the largest groups of individuals.
No, I'm not. No, it's not true, because from the entire team, actually, I'm only research the synergies between 2 persons or at least 4 persons, no more than that. We hope that one day we can measure the synergies of the whole team, but even I don't know if it makes sense, because the way that the players are linked, coupled, connected within a football field or within a rugby field might have some different strength of synergies. They are coupled with different strengths. Probably the guys who are close to the ball are more coupled with more strong in a more strong way than the guys who are in the other side of the field. So I really don't know if it makes sense to measure the synergy of an entire team, but by sectors, yes. For instance, to measure the defense line or the attackers, that perhaps it makes sense.
No, I mean, so basically you bring the real world, but in a very computational way. So
you know that I was watching the talks for yesterday and for today, and one thing that is different from quite different from the data that I use, from the data that most of the people here use, is the the tasks, almost all the tasks that were presented are cyclical and repetitive movements. And in a football field or in a rugby field or in a badminton pitch, everything, all the movements of the players are less than linear or repetitive, are completely non-linear, and that they do not follow a repetitive cycle, which causes some difficulties trying to find out how to measure coordination and not to measure synergies. But we can discuss that. Okay.
No, but so you see, you've already got us off to such a great start, because we can already start thinking about different contexts, different kind of data, how we use it. So you've already brought up basically half of the things I wanted to do. And because I am in Germany and at least half German, I'm going to try and be very German and start the meeting officially, all but 1 minute late. So welcome to everybody who's joined us in the presenters room, but also those who are joined with us through the technology of YouTube. I'm welcoming you all. I know some of you not at all, the people I'm seeing on the Zoom gallery. So welcome to those who I do not know, and hello to the people I do. Giacomo, hello. Travis, hello. Mingfeng, I know you like an old friend because I saw you all of yesterday. I'm going to share my screen with you, not because I have anything very special to show you, but because I kind of miss my kids and they're upstairs. So I have something cute to show you. And you know, you have to win people over with dogs, cats, or babies. So I'm going to try and win everybody over with my babies. So yeah, welcome to everybody. And I have, thanks to my wonderful husband, live, well, almost live footage. So those are my kids. I hope you heard some of that or any of that, but that is, my husband was given an instruction, go make them do something together. So he recorded that about 5 minutes ago. Thank you, Erin. Those are my kids and my dog. The other dog was supposed to start singing, which he usually does, which is yet another version of a perturbation. It's to try and get us thinking about what I've tried to use as a theme for today, which is the dynamic time course of group interactions. And so again, to share my screen, I will, without playing the video again, hopefully tell you that I'd like for our conversation to progress. It doesn't have to be in a linear way from top to bottom, but across these 4 major topics. One thing which has been mentioned, but not really in too much detail, is how we initiate group synchrony, which I think is so important when you go beyond the dyad, because it's just quite hard to decide to do something hard like couple to multiple agents. And I've listed a couple of questions that I think might be useful to stimulate our discussion. Then how do we maintain group synchrony? Again, this is super hard. As you saw with my kids, they have distractions, they have different expertise, they're trying to harmonize. So how do we do that? And I've got a couple of questions which try to focus on what to quantify when we think about maintaining group synchrony. And then something that's been mentioned a lot, so something we've probably already got some ideas about, is these important transitions. Say, for example, from the initiation phase to a coupled phase, whatever that is. Transitions when you change leader, transitions when you decide to harmonize, transition following the dog coming in, getting in your way. And one of the big questions I have is, will these transitions all look the same? And I'm looking at Pedro. For whatever reason, my Zoom has decided to focus on you, Pedro, so hello. You know, thinking about what you do, which is looking at sports teams, you know, if you think about the transitions in the phases in the real world, I think one key question I have is whether those transitions look the same at a computational level. And then something that I think is super important and which there's only very little research done, is this idea of uncoupling. You know, my kids have to decide to stop singing, to stop being coupled and go their separate ways. And what does the data look like there? Does it look like the opposite of initiation? And because we've had a lot of people talking about the more neural level of things, and I see that Susanna has joined us, what does this and all these other phenomena look like in the brain? So those are just some ideas. They do not have to be what we talk about at all. In fact, we can talk about anything. We are free agents, but we are also a group. So hopefully we dynamically can find a way to coordinate. I see that some of you are on mute and some of you are not. We are all adults. If you can be on unmute, so if you don't have dogs and kids barking, then you can unmute yourself and we can just have a nice discussion. If you feel like you need to be more formal and raise your hand, that's also cool. But I think we can all as adults try and coordinate ourselves. But maybe to throw the ball out there, Pedro, maybe we can go back to what you were saying about the different forms of data, because maybe before we think about what we do with the data, maybe we have to be aware that maybe we're looking at different contexts, different kinds of data.
Yeah, I can try. As well, nice to see you.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, as I start saying, the thing is, most of the data that we have from badminton or from rugby or even from football are positional data, X and Y coordinates of the player that we use to calculate velocities, interpersonal distances, angles between players, whatsoever. The thing is, most of the movements and most of the interactions that happen within a court or a pitch are everything else than linear or cyclical. So that is one main issue that we learn how to deal, because most of the tools that we have so far, for instance, the relative phase that was quite used by Scott Kelso a few years ago to capture the transitions and properties of dynamical systems in human movements, was built for cyclical and repetitive movements. And when people try to use these kind of tools in a non-linear and non-cyclical movements as trajectories of players in a football field, the kind of data that we have violate the main assumptions that are required to use the relative phase. And we're still struggling with this issue. For instance, me and João now, we are trying to explore and we import a concept called the uncontrolled manifolds, developed by Greg Schoner and Schultz in 1999, I think, which basically aim to capture synergies between players. And the main thing is when two players adjust to each other in a badminton court or in a rugby field, they adjust to each other to stabilize something. Okay, for instance, they adjust to each other to stabilize the interpersonal distance between them.
Ooh, we've lost Pedro. We'll give him a second to come back. But João, do you want to maybe jump in there, because perhaps you have a sense, you've already got into his head. Just make sure you're unmuted.
Okay, I'll keep up. So the main thing that Pedro was trying to explain, the tool that we are using, the uncontrolled manifold, the basic idea is that when we're trying to find somehow how the system works to stabilize. And so let me try to put this in a very simple way. We have like two variables that work together to stabilize a performance variable. And so this could be like in a synchronism.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, Pedro, if you want to keep up, I was trying to explain how the manifold works.
Yeah.
Maybe then you can, I'll try to post a more theoretical approach. Then you put your example into team sports. So the basic idea is trying to find a system that is dependent on two. Imagine the simple one would be two variables trying to stabilize a third variable that we will call a performance variable. So this tool, the uncontrolled manifold, allow us to see if these two variables, what we call task element variables, they work together to stabilize the performance variable. This has been applied within the human body, with human body kinetics and dynamics, within interlimb connection. For instance, for a person to grab something from a position, the muscles in the arm and the forearm can work in different ways to go for the same objective. Okay, and this is what we call a synergy, and it's basically evaluating how the variance in the variables is what we call a good variance or a bad variance. If it's a good variance, we call it, it's like it's working towards the goal of keeping the performance variable very stable. So this has been done, applying this uncontrolled manifold has been done within the human body, but now we are trying to expand this between different persons, okay, in different elements. One variable would be associated to one person, the other variable would be associated to the other person, and the task performance variable would be some common goal objective.
Yeah, just let me tell something that might be interesting for the rest of the group. Imagine that, okay, for most of your tasks, the participants aim to synchronize to each other. So you all have measures of synchrony, right? So we can say that a goal is to keep that synchrony relatively stable. So that might be a performance goal. But for that happens, for instance, two musicians must adjust to each other when they are playing some music to stabilize that kind of synchrony. So when this happens, we can say that a synergy occurs. Okay, so the main concept that we are using now, just to finish our talks here and give the opportunity to the other guys also provide some input, is these. Two components or more components of a system adjust to each other to stabilize something. Imagine when we have a crowd walking, everybody adjusts to each other to keep the synchrony of the mob, for instance. Okay, I don't know if I was clear or if you have any questions. Just let me pass the ball to Maxon, because I really like one idea that Maxon told yesterday about the topology. One thing that the uncontrolled manifolds, it is a subspace. It is a geometrical subspace with some kind of characteristics. When a synergy occurs, that manifold have some kind of characteristics which we don't know what they are. We cannot measure that kind of property. So I'm quite interested in the work that Maxon presented yesterday. Fortunately, I know very well Scott Kelso, and he sent me the paper. And thank you for the talk, Maxon. So I will read the paper carefully because I really enjoyed the idea of the topology. So Merle, I don't know if I can pass the ball to Maxon, because I really would love to hear about the idea of the topology, and especially how to measure the properties of that kind of topological objects, if this is correct.
I only wish you could actually pass the ball. Imagine how cool it would be if Zoom gave us the ability to literally throw her the ball. Go ahead, Vincent.
Yes, I touch it. So yeah, thank you for the interest. And I think I've been thinking about this for a while of how to measure synergy. As I was observing these A-person interaction data, when I found out they don't really synchronize. And I look at the single trial data every day, and I think interesting things are happening, but whatever that is not what we're used to. And so I started to think about, oh, how do you really quantify synergy? And manifold is an idea is very important when we think about synchronization. We're thinking about we're collapsing the entire possible state of the system to a simple manifold that is a hyperplane. That is, if you think of the structure of what synchronization would be. And but in reality, it doesn't have to be a plane. So the point of that is a manifold is that it wraps around or something like that. So something that I didn't show in the talk was that I also did some more theoretical work on what is happening, what could happen, and what kind of coordination could happen when people have different frequency. Is that near this regime of metastability, so just right before they can synchronize, they can change slightly, and their coordination will sort of actually create periodic orbits or manifolds of different topology. So this part I didn't really show, but I found out it's like thinking about the topology of their coordination is very important in the rhythmic setting, but it's also easily transferable to other settings. I have recently went to some applied math workshop, and they are like looking at topology from their tool developers perspective, but they apply that to flocking. So that's a different kind of collective action for birds, but not necessarily for people. But the idea is the same, is that you have, well, for birds, you have 3D location of how is the flock's gonna change its topology, maybe when they see a predator, which is they need to perform in a certain setting to stay away from the predator, or they need to scare away the predator. So there is it's a transferable idea to say how is what is the topology of the organization of multiple people or birds moving in space. So I think that's a idea that's transferable. What is not, what I think is sort of a bridge, social bridges. So the topology is sort of a bridge that can connect what I was familiar with about rhythmic coordination, transferable to a setting that is not entirely rhythmic. You can build a bridge with the topology, but what is the sort of the mechanism or the mathematical principle that drive the formation of these different topological patterns, or switching between different topological patterns would be need a little bit more work about how to really model that. I think the benefits of having the rhythmic part is I know how to model that, but for the real life scenario, it is probably absurd to assume that you can just model it, that's a very rich behavior. So the topology can give you some sense of build a connection through the measurement. And I also want to say that there are different ways of maybe quantify the manifold and capture the synergistic aspects, but there is the method that I presented, I didn't talk too much about the details, is that it actually measured the summary of the topology of the manifold. That's called homology. Homology is the counting of holes. So if you still remember the analogous, I would say, quantities that you might be familiar with is, that for Euclidean geometry, if you have a cube or something, the relationship between the number of vertices, the edges, and the number of faces. So they you -1 and +1 together, you have 2. That's Euler characteristic for any like closed cubes or any circle or shapes that with one cavity inside of it. So this Euler characteristic really capture that one cavity in variety type of shapes. I don't know if I'm talking very abstractly. And this homology in a more simpler sense is that, for example, a circle, you will have one hole embedded in 2 dimensions, at least need to be embedded in 2 dimensions. And that is the idea of what is not there is describing the synergistic aspect of the points on the circle. I think it was very appealing to me, because you do not get a circle by studying the property of each point on the circle. You cannot also just look at part of the circle and think, oh, that's almost a line, right? And you don't know that will connect to the circle. So what the like finding the homology of the circle is really, there are a lot of tools out there to aggregate properly the local connectivity information and find out how many holes there are in this space. And that gives you a really collective levels of measure, a description of this shape. it's not complete, it's a huge reduction of information, but this information, whatever that is, would be the synergistic aspect of that manifold. But of course, I think the cavity would be it is reduced information. I would imagine that in real world applications, other factors will matter for the performance. So it might not be the homology may not be sufficient information to give you all the relevant information about performance, but it would do give you a purely synergistic, in my lingo, a purely synergistic description of the space.
And if somebody has something to say in response to Mengsen, I picked up on 3 things. One is this concept of reduction of information, which when you're thinking about this really rich, dynamic time course data, whether it's just at the behavioral level, and I don't mean just as in just, but at the behavioral level, at the neural level, or if you're lucky enough to have both, we have to constantly play with the balance between reducing things to actually know what we're looking at versus not losing out on some of that richness. And so that's one of the big issues we have to deal with. So if anybody has thoughts about that, that was one point. Then I picked up on another thing that was mentioned, and which ties in with the talk by Suzanne earlier, which is what does synchrony, what does synergy or coupling, and we're using lots of different words, so maybe another thing is we have to get our terminology straight. But what does it actually mean? And I really like that, within the context of sports or the context of art, you have, or learning, in education, you have a direct behavioral outcome that you actually want to measure as a function of that coordination or synergy or coupling or synchrony. And so I just think that that's something we have to constantly bear in mind because of spurious coupling, spurious coordination between signals. So that's a second point that I think would be definitely worth thinking about. And then the third one, which might maybe get some more discussion from some of the other people, is when you think about different contexts and therefore different data, you have different problems you have to encounter and that you're challenged by. And we've got people here who talk and do work on talking, on conversation, so dialogue, which is not necessarily the case, say, in a lot of music making, where often you're playing together in time, and there's a little bit of give and take, a little bit of to and fro. But definitely in sports, and definitely in education, and definitely in some of like the team problem solving that Travis does, there's a lot more of this back and forth. And so that's another really big difference to a lot of the sort of ensemble data that we've been looking at. So if anybody has things to say about any of those 3 things, jump in now. I don't know who to throw the ball to, but maybe Travis?
Throwing it to me?
Always to you.
Okay. Well, I think the important part here is that the context matters. So I'm going to pick up on that point. And that's something that I struggle with, that every task that I might choose to study team dynamics in, the pattern of coordination could be different. And so it's almost to me like we need some kind of context sampling to really understand what function there is to some form of coordination. And I don't have a good solution for that. Although, we can control to some extent the, not necessarily spurious coupling, but what we would observe due to our task alone, I guess what we call kind of partialing out the coordination due to what the task demands. And I think this came up a bit in Ido's talk, or at least I was reminded of that when he said that, this could be that they're all engaged in the same task. So maybe that's why we see this same kind of sort of neural synchrony that we observe. And I know there are some studies too, if you're watching a movie together with someone, you're also probably going to have very similar activation patterns. So how do you sort of get out this thing that's just due to the context, and also what's really important to that context, at least what differentiates, for example, good performers in this context from bad performers. But yeah, I don't have a good answer, just that it's important.
By context, do you mean the external stimulus? Is that where you're basically? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it could be the stimulus, it could be the context, whether they're in the classroom, right, or what they're particularly learning about. Maybe learning about one subject and the things they do is different than some of the other. And I think,
so I don't know that that's that part is different from any kind of experimental design that we would do, right? Like where you're trying to think about any kind of confound, including the context, and parsing, like figuring out the way that you can design an experiment not to. Like in our case for the classroom, for example, was problematic, obviously, but the way that we try to somewhat solve it is to go into the class multiple times and see if there is a consistency independent of time of day or, like month of the year. Like we also try to look at whether, these things might vary, at the end of, in November, kids were applying for, college, but that might affect their engagement or learning or things like that. And then for the stimulus entrainment, so there are some people are thinking about ways, obviously, in which you can filter out the instantaneous correlations that you would expect based on just on just stimulus and stimulus entrainment styles. But if I can, I wanted to ask about context too, in the and more about like thinking in terms of the tools that if these factor into your model. So I'm very naive about these kinds of models that you guys talk about. And so I'm curious to learn more about how the tools that you have at your disposal factor into the likelihood that you might obtain synergy or coordination. So if you think about simply this kind of context, verbal coordination works pretty much okay, but we all know that as soon as we're trying to coordinate in music, this will all fall apart instantly, right? Because it requires much tighter coupling. So that might loosen a parameter, I can imagine, or something like that. And the same I was asking, so what we did is we threw a bunch of people into a space and gave them a real-time reflection and like sonification of their emotions. And we're kind of hoping and maybe even expecting that there would be some sort of, not maybe immediately, but at some point they would give each other space to like find their own soundscape and to create, what we might do when we're giving instruments from a young age on, because we were learning, that if we're giving instruments, like we're supposed to create harmony and create a, something that sounds like a musical piece together. But people don't do that at all when they're, at least in our experience, with like motion sonification or visualization, right? They're just like, it's total cacophony for forever, basically. There's no changes. And that was really interesting and surprising to me, because I think that if we were to have given them a drum set or a flute or a guitar, then they would try to find some sort of coordinator or synergetic system. But they didn't seem to even look for it. So I'm really curious to hear about people here who maybe know answers to those kind of that.
Does somebody want to jump in? I won't be the only one who speaks. I talk all the time. Thanks, guys. Thanks for jumping in there. No, so I think that's a really interesting question. It's sort of, I think if Mungsen, are you jumping in?
Oh, I would try to jump in. Like, sort of, we're going back to the measurement issue of how do we define synergy, and I was just thinking about. So I was trained by Scout Kelso, so I've been doing the synchronization, the phase locking, and it's at a similar measure forever. And as I said, the introducing multiple frequencies give you a different feeling of people do coordinate, and when they're not synchronized, but this is a different type of coordination that I think is fascinating. And that's how, I got into topology. But besides that, what I think is interesting is when we think about synergy, I think in the context of this group, we probably think about, this patterns of coordination, and then we switch to another patterns of coordination. And these two are different kind of synergies, different organizations. But both in the sort of modeling of the human coordination, and then right now I'm modeling brain coordination. I found out it's really interesting to think about how they transition from different synergies or just different patterns. And that gives you the sense of the real coupling levels of interaction that these elements actually have. the connecting part between the synergy, I think, is important, but it's probably more important in the real world setting when what you're doing is mainly a transition between different types of patterns rather than you're stuck in one pattern forever. And I think, yeah, this was what I was studying, this brain region coordination, and there were theories of, oh, the brain regions are coordinated in a synergy or near a attractor, everything is stable, but it seems like it doesn't reflect the data very well. What reflects the data really well is if I simulate the transitions between different patterns, and that will, that is where the nonlinearity in the interaction really kicks in. Because I'm talking a little bit abstractly from the theorist aspect. If you are really close to a stable pattern, then things are more or less linear in that near that particular regime. But as you're moving from different stable patterns of coordination, that's where you will have nonlinear interaction. A small change in one person might sort of reorganize the entire group in that sense. And that sort of transition seems to be more reflective of the underlying potential of how people are actually coupled. I just thought it would be interesting to bring it up. Anyone has thoughts on that?
Yeah, I remember last year, Scott present, I think it was last year, no, 3 years ago. Scott presents a work that he have done with a dancer during a creative process. Maxim, perhaps you are aware of that and you can help it. But what Scott do, and I think one of the main issues here is, what are we looking for? What are the most accurate measures that we can use to identify the synchronizations or different states of synchronizations? And as much as I remember, what Scott do is he collect the data with motion capture, lots of dimensions. Then he ran a PCA, principal component analysis, where he identified what was the most relevant variable. And then based on that variable, he ran the relative height, I think, and identified not only the states, but the transitions between states of synchronization during the creative process. So, of course, we must be aware when we are dealing with interpersonal coordination, we are working on a high dimensional spaces. So every time that we try to measure something, we will lose information. And I remember that study that Scott presented, he identified and he can describe and explain the transition between states for one dimension. So he left out all the other dimensions that the dancer performed. So
yeah,
trying to answer to Suzanne, I think one of the main issues, me and Milja struggle with these every time. What are the most relevant information? What are the most relevant variables that we need to capture and to identify the synchronizations or coordinations or synergies between persons? Which is the next one? Who should I pass the ball now?
I don't know if Mungsen wanted to say something before you completed your second sentence. Were you going to say
something? No, I was just trying to comment on the dance projects. It was really fun. And I think, I don't know if Scott is watching this, I'll be dead. It depends on what you want to see in that dance, right? It's a rich, very rich dynamics and behavior with emotion. And but we're trying to find out the non-emotional variables in there that will explain the beauty of the dance. So it depends on who is looking at it and what people are looking for. And I think some of the difference between how I think about these things and how Scott thinks about these things is that I do wonder how all these dimensions will work together. There are a lot of in-phase and anti-phase interactions and transitions in that dance when you look at just two variables, right? The two arms, how they're moving, or two legs, how they're moving, how the legs and torsos are relative to each other. moving relative to each other. But this is another levels of synergy. We were talking about all these dyadic coupling, and then we're back to the theme of integrating all the dyadic relations and back to a system view of what this dance really is. I think it's very difficult, and yeah, I'm just adding that particular.
Travis, did you want to say something?
Was that for me?
Travis? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to pick up on the idea of transitions here, because that was something I spent some time talking about in my talk. And when we think about dyadic coordination, there's work out there where we can look at wavelet coherence or correlation maps or things like this to try to preserve some information about the level or degree of coordination as it varies over time. So in a bivariate case, right? And you can more or less see, I showed a wavelet plot yesterday, and you can see when there's a period of high coherence, and you can see when it drops out. So to me, that's one of the sort of low-hanging opportunities for seeing when there's a change in the coordination. But then it goes back to this question for me about, like, when does it actually matter that there's that change? So with dance, maybe it's part of the performance, right? That you want to create some excitement or some diversity where part of it is synchronized, part of it's like asynchronized. But with teamwork, I'm trying to understand, well, where is it that people should be coordinating, or at what sort of scales, and then when should they be transitioning? Or maybe there's some nice work by Jamie Gorman that I mentioned yesterday too, that you can see these kind of reorganizations or transition points, and they surround sort of surprising events to the teams. And so I think, Susanna, your point about, well, we do context all the time with like experimental control, and it wasn't necessarily that I meant that, but I meant that when we're choosing tasks for our experiments, or we're observing real world teams or dance groups or whatever, that's something that's difficult to parse out. What's unique to this task? That maybe this applies to all football or soccer teams, one thing we're studying, maybe it's particular to this pairing or something like that. So I guess the point that I wanted to extend from here is, like, we know this bivariate case, we can see transitions when people are moving in and out of coordination, for example, if we have this temporal dimension to the synchronization, but we don't really have good methods, as far as I know, for how that scales up to larger groups. And I think Mengsten had a nice example of that yesterday. But then my thought is, maybe does that only go well for this sort of relative phase type measures where we know there should be kind of cyclical behavior, or not?
So Guido Orks in perception has like they looked at the perception of synchrony in audience members for dance, right? And they find, I think the only effect they find is in transition, but mainly in the stop. Like, so that's the only time that it's clearly visible from, I think they're mostly layman audience, that, there's synchrony. So people see synchrony in the absence of it. So just to the point of transition, but I guess I had a question for Mengsten that, like, what you said, Travis, actually highlighted again. So by transition, you mean the change of one synergetic state to another synergetic state, which is different, I think, from the fluctuations of being, of what you're describing, Travis, right? Like where you're, you get some in sync moments and then some like, dips and like, yeah. And we're also just like, what we're finding is we're trying to capture, like we have a series of like collaborations with dancers where we're trying to find harmony and dissonance. And so and it's just by having people try out, flowing in and out of doing things simultaneously or together and separating those out, and also changes from being in a harmonic state versus a dissonant state. Like you really need all of these actually to perceive all of the other ones, right? So the transition or the contrast really seems to be where the money is, maybe, or whatever.
Yeah, I think, what I think I didn't really go that much into the details of what the topology is really doing in there is, well, the first intuition was that if I have two configurations, if I have 4 people and I have this type of different organization, I try to transition from this to this, and that's an interesting thing. And they are sort of different, but they're also kind of similar. You have 2 groups, maybe of different size or supply chain. But what I see in the data is that this of course will be, I'm trying to coordinate my fingers. These 2 topologies are, you can differentiate them fine with the topological tools. But what is really standing out is how they change into this, will change into this. So you sort of have to connect this with this somehow. So it is in the moments of transition, where you're trying to connect change into some 2-2 group to a 1-3 group, that transition itself has a very unique pattern. So back to what Travis said, would that really work with things that are non-rhythmic? I think is more general than the machinery. The topological change is more general and can be observed in different type of dynamics. And it's the moment of transition, the window of the transition is unique, is non-generic, is neither a 2-2 group nor a 1-3 group. It's something that's, you can think of it as connecting like this. I'm trying to my fingers are not lining up, but that's a topological unique moment that is distinct from any of the stable patterns. And then that's actually what the tools are able to pick up most efficiently, is the moments of transition. So yeah, I think that back to these moments are really, the transition moment seems to be occupied very little time. They were like, phew, happened and boom, done. But the uniqueness of that transitional pattern, to highlight a moment and sort of, segregate different moments of synergy or stable patterns. They are the boundary of the stable patterns, but they are very unique by themselves. So I use spectral depend to look at.
Yeah, we have a question from YouTube. Thank you, Travis, for being good and watching that. My goodness, you get extra points. So yeah, there's a question from Mungsen. Have you seen it?
Use spectral decomposition to look at multiple levels of frequency coupling. Yeah, I think this spectral decomposition, I would think about it more as a wavelet-like process, which I did because I'm interested in multi-scale analysis. So the wavelet is my old love that I really love it, and I try to try to have a multi-scale understanding of the dynamic through wavelet. But the issue here is really how the different frequency couple. It is not entirely to separate them. The wavelet will help me separate them, and wavelet is I'm just saying, for example, wavelet is a linear method. A lot of the stuff that we have are linear methods, and that's somehow paradoxical that we use linear method to study nonlinear phenomena. And that is really the coupling here is difficult to quantify when we're talking about really nonlinear phenomenon, and how do we really precisely quantify the nonlinear coupling between frequencies through linear methods. And that's where I was stuck, is I can decompose them into different levels, but how precisely can we quantify these interactions? And another issue, back to the earlier theme of transitions, is that our methods and signal processing methods, they're linear methods, they're also for stationary signals. And we can sort of decompose them to windows, as in the first of different size, like in wavelet, etc. But the nature of the measure itself is sort of non-synergistic. So we would not, by using the decomposition, solve the problem of putting the the components back together. So we still have to solve the putting back together part of the decomposition. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that answers his question.
I'm looking for a sign that he has, but we'll see if it comes up in a minute when he hears what you've just said. The lag in Zoom makes it a bit difficult between Zoom and YouTube. I had a thought, and it's probably been done, but so one thing that's been sort of coming up in my head is that the question of, when is synergy useful or good or helpful towards the end goal, which is useful in applications, whether it's, clinical scenarios, education scenarios, sports, music, and so on. And I'll come back to this idea of initiation because I think it's so important, because there, at some point they're going to become coupled. And there's something in that phase which is clearly good. It gets people together. And so I'm wondering if from my background, you could use data which provides a pattern, whether it's topology or otherwise, and then use that in a machine learning type of way to then search through your time series for other instances of true coupling, as it were. So I wondered if people had a thought about that. Obviously, PCA is another way of going about it, but there you might get, other spurious examples of coupling. So I don't know, Mungsang looks like she may have a thought.
I think I've been talking too much. Anyone else have thoughts on this? But
Alexander, does that mean you have a thought being unmuted?
Oh, no, I just want to resonate with you that actually at our lab at RPI, we have actually the same question, because there's a lot of research on synchronization where people synchronize without them actually wanting it, so against their will. So this puts up the question, what about the tasks that require asynchronous behavior? How do the same mechanisms actually hinder us in their performance? And anyone who learned to play a musical instrument, I have the same experience with my son, is like, see his pain when two hands have to do very, very simple movements, but they have to be in asynchrony. If you try to help him, your brain starts exploding yourself, and you realize how difficult these things are. And it actually leads to the question, how beneficent all these synchronization mechanisms, in-phase and anti-phase coordination, are for our modern tasks that are not in the traditional environment that our genes are accustomed to. And this is why we are also developing a more controlled virtual environment actually to study this phenomena. Dr. Wayne Gray, I wish he would be there. We developed a joint action game to study exactly this phenomenon that enable us to, in a controlled manner, to set up these scenarios that would be able us to answer the questions where the tasks are to perform asynchronous movements that are beneficent for task accomplishment. And the nice thing about the task that he presented that we're developing is that the environment is in this task fairly static, which is a very, very great feature to have, because it means the sole determinant of the success of the subject's interaction within the task comes from the interactions, not from the environment. So you don't have the confounding between the dynamic environment and the dynamic of the subject's interactions here. These are just my thoughts that I like to throw out.
No, those are great, because I saw Pedro nodding vigorously. So maybe you have something to say about that.
No,
because clearly...
just a comment, because we should not assume that synergies are always good. That is one thing that I conclude with João. For now, our main problem so far is how to measure synergies. And then the second step, well, not the second, but one of the further steps, it will be, are synergies always good or not? Perhaps sometimes it is useful that two players can cooperate to each other, but some other times, probably in the same situation, that one player needs to play individually and to perform some kind of technical action without care with the partner. So that is another thing. We should not assume that having synergy, it is always good for performance. I'm not sure if it is. I'm not sure. One thing that Giacomo opened the mic. Go on.
Sorry, I thought Merle might follow up on this, talking about her previous research where she shows that indeed too much synchrony can be terribly bad. She has been doing this very nicely with the fMRI data using a finger tapping task with a virtual partner. Mer, do you want to say something about it? Because I think it links very nicely with this point.
Well, yes, I mean, I had two things to say, and that's clearly a very important one. That you know, being too synchronous, too in sync with somebody else can lead to what I call self-other blurring. But the idea being that, you know, at least in musical performance, to simply perform the task, you need to have a very clear sense of who you are and who the other person is, and the results of your and their action need to be clear in space and time so that you can accommodate and adapt accordingly. If there is too much of this self-other blurring, too much synergy, then clearly it becomes very detrimental to task performance. So I definitely think that is key in musical performance, at least. And it sort of brings me to another point, which is this idea of decoupling, which is in music, and I assume in sports, there are these attractors, right? Like you get pulled towards somebody, and that's what I was trying to describe in my group walking task, that we are pulled implicitly to others through social cues, whether it's similarity or otherwise. And sometimes that's detrimental to, you know, getting the ball to the goal, or, you know, focusing on this really hard part in the music. So we need to actively decouple, in fact, in these instances. And so when we are, as researchers, are, you know, in search of almost naively focused entirely on synchrony and on synergy, we maybe forget that there are these very vital moments where we want our participants indeed to perform the task properly, to segregate out other information, to uncouple from other agents. So I don't know if that was sort of what you were looking for, Giacomo, but those are definitely some of my...
In part, I was thinking about Bruno Repp and Peter Keller work where they kind of train a virtual partner to adapt more or less to you, tapping in synchrony with the virtual partner. And they show basically that the optimal synchronization occur in a sort of sweet spot in between being not adaptive at all and too much adaptive. And too much adaptivity doesn't lead to sealing synchrony, but indeed it disrupts the synchronization process. That's why I thought that kind of work, which you followed up beautifully with the fMRI, was relevant. Yeah, there's something else I wanted to add regarding this point. You said, when would desynchronization be useful? So some of the work I did with Peter, and lots of work Peter Keller did in the past to deal with this idea of balancing between integration and segregation. And in music, it's really important, because sometimes you might want to actually decouple from another musician because you want to rely more on internal processing, for example, and this maybe rely less on attending what another person is doing. It happens in music a lot because people kind of have a shared representation of what they want to play, like a score in their head. And sometimes they need to attend more to what another person is doing. And for doing that, they kind of tune in. But later it can also happen that they need to rely more on their own representation of the performance. For example, imagine a situation in which you are a leader and you think that the tempo should drastically change in a different direction. In this case, you might want to disrupt the synchronization, because you would basically introduce a small drift, and you would expect the follower to basically follow you in that. And doing that requires a sort of executive high-level functioning that allows you to kind of stop the connection with your partner, focusing more on yourself, a sort of locus of control variable that Peter and Merle have used in the past. Yeah, so maybe this is an example where you might want to stop the synchrony, or synchrony is no good, or it's better not to synchronize. It won't lead to anti-phase synchronization probably, but it would still break it down for a reasonable degree.
Does anybody want to pick up on that, Mungsen?
Yeah, you're just speaking of it.
You just happen to be right next to me on our Brady Bunch array, so I can't help but look at you.
Yeah, I can't pick that up, the ball again. I think it was really interesting when it comes to music that, as you just said, sometimes people need to decouple, and I think it also depends on what instrument people are playing, and there is a role in that in the band. And if I don't play drum, but drummers are much more stable. And then they keep the time for the entire group. And for me, I'm a singer, so I kind of in and out, but I pay attention to what they're doing. I need to go with the entire band, but the entire band is listening to the drummer. And but sometimes their guitar player is just not on beat, and then I need to decouple, and then I need to select who I'm actually listening to in that scenario. So it is like a music performance will be much more complex, and then I think the directionality of the coupling is also very interesting. When we're thinking about synchrony, we're thinking mostly about something bi-directional. But in this slightly more complex context of not more slightly more kind of very much complex context of music performance, I think the tension is very directed in that sense. I'm momentarily maybe listening to this person or the guitar, or listen to the bass, or listen to the drum. I sort of try to listen to the elements that's most stable, help me stabilize my my performance. But if everyone was just synchronizing without a directionality and with just trying to synergize with others, then it's very likely small chaos in the performance will overthrow the entire music performance. I'm just talking about that out of more like anecdotal experience to sort of.
But it's very pertinent to this idea of these reorganized patterns, these transitions from one state into another, right? So I think it wasn't only anecdotal, it was really useful, right, to have a think about what those patterns might look like and what factors determine which pattern you're in. Reliability is this question that's come into various talks over the last 2 days. And, because we're here to talk about, quantitative or computational approaches, there are lots of ways in which we can describe reliability. I talked about 2 different kinds today. You could be reliable in yourself versus there can be stability, or coherence across the group. So maybe people have some thoughts about, are we talking about different phenomena when we talk about reliability of others versus, the general stability of the group? And also, something that occurs to me is sometimes maybe in the framework of sports, this is the case, that unpredictability is a good thing too. And certainly in music, that's the case, right? So you don't only want to be reliable if you want to play something that people want to listen to. And you definitely don't want to be completely predictable if you want to beat the other team. So, we conceptually, theoretically have said reliability is this really important thing to help us synchronize with others. But certainly that isn't always true. So if people have thoughts about this idea of the reliability of signals, either an individual signal or stability of the group, this would be the next topic we could discuss.
Just to quickly comment on the about a group of people playing music together. I think Mengchen was saying about what kind of role you have, what kind of instrument you play. It would be an important factor in what kind of position you're in. And like if you play the drums, then you are the metric of the band. But then I think it's also very important how much of these musicians might have experience in these instruments. Because if the task was like, say, the task was really simple, you're playing a really easy drum beat that you're pretty much mastered, and that's just so simple that you know that you're going to keep it, and you know that people are going to follow it, you're not going to mess it up, then you might just go. You might not really as much engage with the group as such. But then say if you are just starting with your bass guitar, and then the task is already so challenging for you that you don't have this luxury to be listening to other people. You have to decouple and you have to be focusing on yourself. So it really, I think that kind of expertise, it has to be a balance of the task being like too easy that you would just go out of it, or like the task being too difficult that you just don't have the luxury to be focusing on other people. And I think this kind of synergy, where these kind of synergy really comes is when the group are sort of in a similar level of expertise, and then they're going to doing something that nobody has played before. So let's say they've been like jamming the tunes that they already know for 5 minutes, and then suddenly someone suggests like an improvisation where they start taking on a different route, and now everyone has to be focusing on here and has to be listening to other people, and that's where I think these kind of synergies might come, when you're kind of approaching somewhere that's not your comfort zone anymore, but it's approachable enough that you can still listen to other people and not just focus on yourself. So yeah, I
think that Marilys, when the kids singing together was a really great example of this, actually. And we're also seeing this in people trying to remember a song together instead of a song that they already know wrote. Like there's so much more, focus on the interaction when you're like kind of, you're finishing each other's sentence and you're jumping in, and like it's a very intuitive thing. But like I feel like if you're just looking at data devoid, which I do a lot, devoid from like any kind of video input or anything like that, you forget about exactly what you're saying, and it's hard to always stay in the anyway. I wasn't just agreeing, I think, with your saying.
Yeah, just let me add something. I think what Arin brings us was something like the effects of learning on synergies formation. Because I think we must, when we talk about synchronization or synergies formation, I think we must saw the phenomenon on two different scales. On a short time scale, when there is a synergy formation and transitions between those synergies formations during the course of an action, and the other is trying to describe or explain the synergies formation of synchronization patterns on a long time scale due to the effects of learning. I think this is two different scales of analysis that we need to be aware. And I'm quite interesting. That is one of the things that I've been spoken with João is trying to find out the effects of learning on synergies formations in team sport. That is a very interesting thing that we aim to analyze very soon. The other is to something that I think it was Giacomo that bring that topic. How can synergies, talking about the decoupling again, how the synergies can change during the course of an action, because it is possible to measure the strength of the synergy. Is it possible during, for instance, when we saw a football team moving forward and we can capture the strength of the synergy of that football team, the values of the synergy change during the course of that action? We do not know yet how to capture these, because we do not know how to measure the dynamics of synergies formation. We do some trials, but it went very well. We have need to struggle with some kind of multicollinearity issues that we do not know how to solve it yet. Okay, there's two things. One is the short and long time scales, and the other is that during the course of an action, how this synergies formation may change the values.
So I have something to say about learning. Alexander, do you have something specific to say to that?
Oh no, I'll wait for you.
Okay, thank you. No, I sort of wanted to jump in there because to sort of pick up on what Hiron also said, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, is this idea of learning seems so key because when we think about why we actually do these things together, play together, whether it's music or sports, it's usually to learn, right, about one another, to figure out strategies that make us get together quicker, or find out why some people just don't ever get better at synchronizing and at becoming in sync with us. So with this in mind, as if the idea is that we do these things to learn, I wonder if we can sort of use that in a way that helps us look at the data across time. So if we find out that people, and I think if I'm correct in saying this, like you can look at Leon Noy's work, for example, the speed at which experts recover after a perturbation. So there's this idea of expertise makes you learn quicker, as it were, to respond to a perturbation. But also maybe in naive people and in a task that's not too hard or too easy, but where you can sort of look at their learning ability across time. I think that what I'm trying to get at is that there must be some nice study out there where you compare experts or rather you compare expertise versus experience, and the role that maybe priors play in that. So that's another thing to throw in there. You know, if you've played with this collection of people, you already have a sense of who's going to do what when. You know, orchestras and sports teams often will just have this artillery, these strategies in mind of how they're going to move from one synergistic pattern to another, and so on and so on. What's interesting is what happens when you throw something unexpected in there, and how they recover. And if they are experts, hopefully they recover quickly, and if they're not, maybe not. So if anybody has something to think about this idea of learning and what we can do with the data to look at these learning effects, I think that would be particularly nice. But Alexander, why don't you hop in?
I could actually comment on what you just said, and this is something that you do in our lab, because we don't consider the development expertise as a linear curve. You only get linear curves when you consider averages of groups, and this actually disguises the individual path to expertise. So one, I find this tool very, very good that Dr. Wayne Gray has developed, is the plateaus, dips, and leaps framework, is to look at performance in terms of plateaus, dips, and leaps, and which resembles the constant cycle of strategy discovery, testing out, and adaptation. So when look at the data, which one of our grad students, Russell Rahman, has done. He has developed a tool called Spotlight for investigating this matter. So when you in terms of performance, when you discover a new strategy, your performance dips, because you first you discover something new, something that you're not used to, and therefore you struggle with it, and then you try to incorporate into your behavioral arsenal, and if you are successful in that, then your performance leaps, and your performance, rather than being a linear curve or asymptotic curve, it kind of makes this leap. And afterwards, when you optimize a strategy and automatize the behavioral motor components to this, your performance kind of plateaus. And there you can either stick to your strategy, which Dr. Gray refers to as stable suboptimal performance. So people who actually are able to perform better, but do not, because they do not discover and adapt the new strategies, which one of the challenges of the framework is to finding out whether somebody is at his peak performance or whether he's actually stable suboptimal performance. And yeah. So this with regards to that, I just want to throw out. And the other part, I actually want to comment on what Haran said, that with regards to synchronizing and improvising with regards to music, that it is best when everybody is at the same level. And I want to maybe extend this example, saying that maybe there are some other special case, thinking about your introduction, and also from my experience with children, is that if you think about skills of children and adults, they're vastly different, but parents or maybe somebody else vastly enjoys singing together with the kids, even though they completely are not on the same level as adults. So perhaps not even there's, other than process of learning, we should also consider what, and this goes to your, in the direction of the paper that you posted, Merle, is also with regards to bonding, that the synchrony allows us to kind of an affectionate level to bond with the other person, which brings us pleasure. So even though that the adult is much more advanced in singing than the child, which my wife, for example, is, she has been singing all of her life in Catholic choir, whereas my children, they're kind of screaming like they want, and still she very much enjoys synchronizing, engaging the synchronous activity with them. And from this very, very subjective, okay, n equals 1 case, I could say that for her, the motivation is actually bonding rather than learning. Thank you.
Can I just add a quick comment on that? So I think there's a slight difference in the example you give, though, because when the adults come and sing with the children, we're talking about synchrony as in unison singing, where we're all singing the same thing, and that can have a sort of different kind of intention behind it compared to, say, the musicians start jamming in a different way, and then because everyone's playing different instruments, they have their freedom to be doing whatever they want. They're not playing the same notes all together. So then and that's when I meant that because you all have all your flexibility in exploring the ideas, but you still have to be listening to the chord changes that the keyboard player might going to bring, and so on. So I think it's slightly different to everyone singing the same thing or playing the same thing in unison in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. Fair enough. That's a very good point. That's actually the one paper that I posted in the chat that's actually contributes to a more how you say it, a more fine-grained terminology with regards to synchronization, because they explore what Mengson mentioned yesterday also, is that recouplings are more beneficent in a special type of coordination, namely unstable coordination. So where the actions are not synchronized in rather in phase or anti-phase, which singing would have been, but rather in a much more asynchronous action. So one hits the hammer 3 times, the other one 2 times, which goes into what you said.
Mengson, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I do.
Go on.
I sort of try to kind of find a common theme in the comments that for the last few person who has spoken. I want to drive it to the idea of multi-scale coordination. So we're thinking about individual expertise. We're thinking about the synergy within the person, or how do I organize my behavior within. And then we're thinking about team coordination. We're thinking about how we're organizing behavior between people. But we can also see that as a sort of a continuum of coordination. And how is my intrapersonal coordination would affect my ability to perform on a different scale between person. And to get to the part of learning, I think is even more interesting is that what is the learning, at what scale the learning is happening. I need to improve, like if I'm playing guitar, I'm a terrible guitar player. I will need to bring up my interpersonal coordination to a certain level to maybe better as a team player with other people. And then in reverse, there's also interesting question of transfer of skills or transfers of expertise. As we learn these stuff from other people, we're not going to be independently become an amazing musician without ever interact with other people. Right, so that's why we need teachers and etc. So there's the top-down part of the story of how is the large scale, the microscope. Interpersonal coordination would actually maybe stabilizing interpersonal skills and going back and forth as a sort of multi-skill learning of a group. I just want to throw it in there. It seems to be relevant to what everyone has been saying.
No, absolutely. I think this idea of learning becomes so important. But I wonder if we can maybe now turn to some of the other questions that I had put down, which maybe can feel some new thoughts. Which is, what part of the signal do we want to use? So we're trying to focus on data here today. What parts of the signal do we use? So obviously you can use, peaks, you can use so frequency or amplitude. I'd like to have a think collectively about what we should be looking at in the signal, but very specifically about characteristics in the signal. So if anybody has thoughts about that, that would be very exciting and interesting to me.
Perhaps we should first define what type of data we are looking at, because the discussion so far jumped back and forth in between brain and behavior, but really I don't think all the assumptions hold for both, right?
I absolutely, and maybe we can have a think about whether or not it's useful to find common parameters that we can look at both, or whether that's futile. So yeah, I think that's all built into that more abstract question that I have, but absolutely, brain and behavior will almost certainly have, in terms of what the signal looks like, will be different. And then, as Pedro mentioned, his stage is different again. So, but Pedro has unmuted himself, so maybe he has some insight.
I think it always depends. But concerning the question, what part of the signal should we use? It depends on the research question that we have in hands. For instance, In one of the papers that me and Milou cooperate, and it was in major revisions now, we only use the peaks of time series, the peaks, the upward and the backward peaks. It is in a cyclical task. So for that kind of problem that we have in hands, we only use the peaks. But for instance, if I want to capture the synergies between two rugby players during a 2 versus 1 situation, which might long 5 seconds, I use the entire signal because I want to see the synergies formation during the course of an action. So it depends, at least from the kind of research that I do, it depends always from the research question that we have in hands. So it's difficult to say, okay, I will only use the peaks or I will use the entire data. João, I don't know if you want to add something here, but it's more or less these.
And just to follow up on that, and this was also my concern yesterday about modalities, right? And I think this ties back into the question earlier of when it might synchrony or coordination not be a good thing. And I think that that's modality specific, I'll call it, because, and also context specific, because I can imagine a case where some people are looking at coordination type phenomena in romantic partners, for example, and you know, maybe there's some point that you need to decouple, and maybe it's something about your physiology or your arousal level, you know, if you're in a disagreement or things like this, that it's important that you don't just continue to synchronize and increase in arousal level during a disagreement. You need to have some regulation on that. So I don't know, Mirela, if there's a good answer to that. What part of the signal? It does depend on the modality that you're looking at, the phenomena, and I think also the time scale. And yeah, how long is this period that you're observing? And I guess maybe this is not this is just an extension from that I see really little work on this longitudinal aspect of coordination, which ties into learning. You know, if you're looking at many sessions of musicians, for example, and how do they coordinate as they learn to perform together, we see a little bit of this in psychotherapy studies, that there's starting to be a bit of work looking at movement synchrony over many sessions, and I'm also doing some of that work with physiology. But I don't know if that's another aspect to this multi-scale component. I can look within a period of observation, but I can also look across a collective of observations, and I would expect that there should be some changes, but I don't know what they should be also yet.
No, that was exactly the kind of things I was hoping we could you know, just lay out on the table. Is that, you know, people watching and maybe some of the people here, you know, aren't aware of what the toolbox is for analyzing this kind of data. And I think that that's maybe one of the outputs of this little workshop, is that maybe somebody should take the ball and try and make a good summary of what the options are for dealing with time course data of this kind. And one thing that sort of also strikes me is something that I had in big and bold on the slide that I showed to you when I was playing the little video, is that I'm very keen to see, you know, most people will look at this data either as a whole, so looking at coherence across the group, for example, or you know, dyadic coupling between nodes within the group. Is that the only way to do things? And really, one of the biggest questions I have is whether we should be abandoning the dyadic coupling at all. You know, is that just us sort of hanging on to methods that were already there and that seem to work? Do we have to throw that out and start again when we realize that it's a very different thing cognitively and computationally when you've got multiple signals to deal with? So I don't know if anybody wants to pick up the ball on that one.
I will pick it up.
Thank you.
I'm going to say, I think, especially when we talk about dyadic coupling, I think it's important to differentiate, I think, when we talk about dyadic coupling at a actual informational level, or how we happen to measure it. So for the modeling work that I've been doing is that probably counterintuitively, even with dyadic coupling as informational coupling, there's actually information exchange between these two persons or oscillators that they can create an interaction that goes beyond the dyadic relation. So they can create collective structure based on dyadic interaction. So I think this is two different parts of the story. As I said earlier about like, if we are forming a circle, if a group of people are trying to form a circle or a bunch of molecules trying to conform into a certain shape to perform a certain function, it is not that necessary that you have to have a complicated bonds between people. You don't have to, if all of us are trying to hold our hands and stand in a circle, we can still perform that task through dyadic coupling informationally between people. But the final result of the collective, the dyadic interaction could be something that's cannot be solely described by local information. And so I think I would go back to the skill of the description is, I think dyadic interaction is how we look at this microscopic level. We can describe a system in terms of this person is connected to that person and with that person. But when we're talking about the different skills, it doesn't contradict the fact that there are also dyadic interaction. But it can also have higher levels of structure of what these dyadic interactions are actually adding up to. So at a different skill, maybe we will not be talking in terms of dyadic interaction anymore. We have to talk about shapes of these synergies in general. And then go back to the beginning of the conversation where we're talking about manifolds is, and I said a synchronization in the traditional sense corresponds to one type of manifold, but there are different types of manifolds. But the interpretability, we as scientists, we also want our methods to be interpretable. We want to interpret our manifold as synchronization. That is a word that we know, have intuition about. And then when I talk about homology or shapes of manifold forming different numbers of whole, what does it even mean to a regular person and as a scientist, as a person? Yeah, I think where things are will be somewhere in between. We're moving from something that we're really consider interpretable as synchronization and towards something slightly more abstract at this point, and try to come up with better ideas of building, not only building the tools, I think at this point, in the context of this workshop, is also having the intuition, the tools that give us intuition and insights about how we really see group coordination at a personal level. That would be my comments.
And I was sort of thinking specifically about sort of the context that Pedro and Joao work in, which is that, there's a much more sequential, I may be making this up, but to me, it seems very different to say the musical case where you will have, maybe your circle example is quite neat that way because it's sort of an in-between case. But as I see it, like a play in sports is much more sequential in that. And you have to predict what the next dyad is going to do and the dyad after that when doing your direct coupling. So that's sort of why I was wondering whether, we have this bias towards trying to understand the dyadic interactions, but I'm worried that sometimes they get in the way, right? So I was sort of hoping that maybe Pedro could tell us about how they deal with these more sequential dyadic couplings.
I will try. I'm not sure if I can get it. Well, I agree with what Maxon said. In music, basically in all human movement, and in most part of social interactions, we are linked, we are coupled by information. In sports, we are the players are coupled by visual information. So every time they move, every time when players moves on the field, offer information to the others regarding the possibilities of actions that each one can do. And it is this kind of visual perception and action that lead the players to anticipate what the others can do. And this is crucial to where each one of the players are linked to. Okay, in a football field or in a rugby field or in a basketball field, we have the ball carrier, which is, okay, we can say probably it can be a leader of the process, because everybody wants the ball and everybody wants to intercept the ball from the defenders, and from the attackers want to create opportunities to pass the ball. So there is always a sequential analysis of the possibilities of action that each one of the players offer to the others. And this is what we want to capture when we collect positional data of the players. So I'm not sure if I answered the question. I'm not sure if I understand what you talk about, the sequential dyadic behavior. Can you be a little bit more explicit?
No, I think you did. I mean, so the thought would be that there will be dependencies between sequential dyads, right? So I will pass to you, you will pass to Mungsen, Mungsen will pass to Travis, and so on and so on. But I will have to think about Mungsen passing to Travis when I'm passing to
See this, one of the questions that one reviewer put me in one of the papers that I have now is, what about the sensitivity of the initial conditions regarding these synergy issues in sports? And we answer that the initial conditions, the sensitivity is continuously changing. Every time that a player moves on the field, offer information and which define the possibilities of action of each one of the players. Moreover, when several players behave in a certain way, they also offer opportunities of action of the other players. And in sports, it's a little bit different from music, because we have probably two kinds of synchronizations, or two levels of synchronization. The ones who want to cooperate, and we also perhaps we have synchrony between the opponents. So we have a cooperative and a competitive. There is some kind of complementarity that occurs during a team sports match. Something that is completely different from the other social interactions, with the exception probably with war or fighting or whatsoever. So to answer your question, yes, there is a dynamical coupling, perception and electric coupling, that defines the possibilities of action of each one of the persons involved. And this means that all the synchronization patterns and all the synergies are continuously changing due to these movements, actions of the players. I'm not sure if I was clear.
You were completely clear, but it's now made my brain hurt with this idea that this idea of the potential for actions. And I'm sorry Suzanne has left, because I think that that's sort of also why, in these more ecological settings, and sports being probably the most ecological, that you have difficulty in finding synergistic patterns, is because, the degrees of freedom, like, how many options are available is infinite. So I am going to bring us to a close as we come up to 5:30 here in Germany, because I have to go and feed my children. Okay. But this has been incredibly useful, at least for me, and I'm sure for everybody watching on YouTube and who will watch again when they get to replay this. But we can continue this at another time. The beauty of these online conferences is that we are not paying for hotel rooms or flights. So if anybody is interested in doing this again with these collection of people, or indeed inviting other people, we can do this as often as anybody wants. This is the beauty of this. One has to look for the silver lining. COVID has reminded us that everybody is just a Zoom link away. So if anybody here is interested in talking again, and Mungsen, we promise not to keep throwing the ball at you. You're just too good. What can we say? You're like the man of the match, right? You just, we had to keep throwing the ball to you. But if anybody's interested, you can contact me and I will put it together. It's what I do best. I don't have many answers. I have lots of questions, but I'm happy to create the forum for us to talk. And if people want to collaborate and write some sort of piece on the methods available and when they should be used, I think that would be an amazing output and something that the field definitely needs as we try and do more work on group coordination. I love the nodding heads. I hope that means synergy. And I hope that you will continue to listen in tomorrow. We have Pedro giving his talk tomorrow morning. And Pedro, I hope you will be able to join us for questions. Because
I will. No, almost for sure that I can join for the questions. The thing is, I will start my class at the faculty exactly at the same time of my talk. That's why I sent the video. But I will put the students do some kind of work. I will ask permission in 10 minutes. I'll be back, and then I'll go to the Zoom, and then I'm back to the class again. So don't worry.
If it's any consolation, I had to do the same thing this morning.
Okay, 10:20. I'll be there. Don't worry. Or perhaps a little bit earlier.
Well, we are so glad to have you with us, because I think with a huge bias towards ensemble music work, it was good to have a different perspective from a different ecological setting. So, but I want to thank you all for connecting. Yeah, you guys have been even better than I expected, which I keep telling you, I have these like super high expectations of life and everybody in it. So you guys have surpassed expectations. You all get A stars. I hope you all have a nice evening. Mungsen, have a lovely day. We've made you wake up bright and early, so you can't possibly not have one, except we've probably tired you out. I hope to hear you and see you all again soon, and if not tomorrow. And I thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.